applaud Phillips.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's day 2 of FCO's second ever virtual conference, Finding Your Voice, Engage, Empower, Influence. I'm Sam Peck. My pronouns are she and her. I am FCO's Executive Director, and on behalf of the FCO team, it is my extreme pleasure to welcome you all to the event. Before we get into the rest of the opening remarks, I'm going to turn it to my colleague, Dinesh Ram, for today's land acknowledgement. Dinesh, you're muted.
Pardon me, everybody. Let me start again. Family Councils Ontario recognizes that its work and the work of its community partners across Ontario takes place on traditional Indigenous territories. We acknowledge that there are 46 treaties and other agreements that cover the territory now called Ontario. We are thankful to be able to work and live in these territories. We are thankful to the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people who have cared for these territories and who continuously contribute to the strength of Ontario. FCO is honored to collaborate with Indigenous clients, stakeholders, and communities throughout the various territories. FCO would also like to acknowledge that its office is located in Toronto and on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to the many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaties, signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. As part of honoring First Nations voices, I wish to read a poem by the recently departed Lee Miracle. This one is entitled, Everything Begins with a Song. The sweet mountain breath of wind whispering through cedar, Earth's symphony. Wind taps out tunes to the valley floors. Even the howling storm winds sing agonizingly beautiful songs, arias of painful transformations we come to love. Songs hooked to the language of wind lessens this burden of being, couples itself to the promise of language. Voice elevates being, renders life manageable. There is power in the breath we pass over vibrating vocal cords. The words carry a charge. The spark invites a response. The hum of song points receivers in the direction of the good life. The breath of others takes their own journey through the body, passes breath through some imagined future. Jigmewich, everybody, and back to you, Sam.
Thank you very much for that wonderful land acknowledgement and for sharing that poem with us today. I think it really does set the stage for our time together. This fall's conference spans 3 days and kicked off last night with 2 incredible Indigenous musical performances and cocktail party style networking. We had some fun together. Today features sessions designed to build your knowledge and skill really on valuing and honoring the lived experiences of residents and caregivers to inform policy and how to center equity in council meetings to help everyone feel safe and included. Tomorrow will feature even more amazing sessions and opportunities for networking. Before we get started though, I want to do a couple of icebreakers. This will help us get to know each other and set the tone for the conference. Under the video that you're watching now, you'll see something that has a Menti link. It says Menti link, click here. Click there, and what that'll do is it'll open up a new screen, Dinesh is helping us find our way. So you're going to go there, and our first icebreaker is hand on heart, are you wearing pajamas right now? So Dinesh, if you could put that up on the screen for me so that we can see. There we go. All right. So far, people are saying no, you're not wearing your PJs. We've got one person who's doing a couple doing the business on top, PJs on the bottom. It is the sort of like the Zoom chic these days. Took them off literally a minute ago. But most of you are not in your PJs. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to now go on to our next. Tell us who you are. Are you a family council member, home staff? Are you a caregiver but not currently connected to a family council? Are you a resident, community organization rep, or other? In Menti, you might see something that says go to the next slide. So you're gonna have to click that so you can get to this poll. Okay, so we've got a pretty good range of folks coming in. So we'll give it a few more seconds so you can tell me who you are. It helps us just sort of get a sense of who's in our virtual space today. Okay, we've got mostly family council members, some folks who are caregivers but not currently connected to a family council. So hopefully by the end of our time together, you'll change your mind and start or join a council. We've got a lot of other folks in the rooms. That's our students, our staff are here today, some community organization reps, long-term care home staff. I'm sure other people are filtering in right now, but gives us a good sense of who's in the room. All right, we're going to go on to the next one, which is, where are you joining us from today? So you're going to type in the city that you're from, and this will be a word cloud that'll tell us where folks are joining from. So far we've got Burlington, Kitchener, Hamilton, that's where I'm joining you from today. Sudbury area, so our northern reps, Mississauga, a few people joining us from their office, Windsor, excellent, Ajax, Ottawa, Aurora, Cordis. Let's see, more folks from Mississauga, Tilbury, thank you for joining. Let's see, Harrow, a lot of people joining us from home, Port Lambton, London, welcome. So we've got a pretty good range of folks here with us today, representing places really from one part of the province to the other. Lots of folks from Mississauga, more coming in from Ottawa and Toronto. All right, it's fantastic. Okay. So we're going to now go on to the next and last icebreaker activity. And this is, what's your biggest wish for long-term care in 2022? So just blue sky, imagining you can create the future. What would that wish be for long-term care next calendar year? Because it's November 17th. It's getting close to 2022. So if you don't see that question on your screen in Menti, you may need to go to the top and choose to go to the next slide. Okay, keep seniors safe. Reconnections with family and friends. I think we can all agree that's a wish for next year. No masks to see smiles again. Happy and enriched home environment, social justice, safe, high quality care, individual needs and dignity, increased staffing, getting rid of silos for staff, empowering them to take the time to really provide the care that residents need. Improve quality and care for everyone, more trained and supported staff, hearing a lot about really making sure we've got the staff we need in long-term care, getting away of for-profit health. Let's see, great. So equity, So I'm seeing a lot around connection and spending time together, about equity and quality of care, to be resident, family, staff focused, intentional government support, caring for each other, no outbreaks. Once again, I think we can agree to that. Talking about changes to legislations, ensuring fair process and charter being upheld. Excellent. So I'm going to give it another few seconds, maybe another 10, so you can participate. Sufficiently staffed, people adequately paid. Looking at our elders not as old, but as that they are experienced, wise, and a critical part of our society, dealing with ageism once and for all. So lots of lovely comments and wishes. I think if I could wrap it up, it would be person-centered, so that truly living those values as supporting the people living in long-term care, caregivers, staff, to be prepared and supported to do their best work and live their best lives, to look at revisiting contracts, mandatory inspections, or 4 hours of care. So really putting in place those those systemic needs in order to create safe, healthy, vibrant long-term care homes. Support from FCO, that's what we're here for. So thank you very much for sharing this. And I really think that these are things to keep in mind as we move through the days and these 2 days of content. There's going to be sessions on equity, on figuring out how to translate values into action. So thinking about equity, what might that look like? Thinking about if your goal is to have, reconnections with family and friends in long-term care, how can you make that happen? So thanks for sharing that. Dinesh, we can take that off the screen now, but thanks for participating. And it gives you also a primer, because we're going to be using that tool again later today. So back to opening remarks. As we move through the days, we're going to be having even more opportunities for networking. So the platform that we're using, HowSpace, has several ways for you to connect with your peers. Please review the community guidelines to understand how we're going to share this virtual space together so that we have a positive and safe experience for everyone. Check out the Welcome tab to introduce yourself and get to know your peers, maybe who's from your area. If you're in the Ottawa area, drop it in, let them know where you're coming from. Answer the question, it's on the welcome, of if you get to develop your own care plan, what's the most important thing to you? For me, it's pets, a comfy place to curl up and read, and a glass of wine. You can see the photos of my cats there. 1 or 2 may appear at some point during today or tomorrow's event. But we really want to know what's most important to you. On each conference day page, you'll find the live chat. That's where you're going to enter your questions and thoughts about the presentation you're watching and communicate with other attendees. For those of you who joined us last night, you will have experienced the networking tab and networking rooms. But if you haven't, during our breaks, you can go over there and join a live networking room. Turn on your video and audio for live discussions. FCO staff will be in and out of those rooms throughout the conference, so make sure to drop in and say hi. Before we get into our opening keynote, there are a few updates I'd like to share. As you probably know, our primary objective is to support the development and maintenance of family councils in Ontario's long-term care homes through consultation, education, and training. Throughout the pandemic, the last 20 months at this point, we've worked to pivot, word of the pandemic, and respond to the evolving needs of caregivers and councils, and create learning and networking opportunities to provide you with the information, skills, and the space to navigate the frequently changing long-term care landscape. As part of that, tonight, we're launching the next round of expressive writing sessions led by the Writers Collective of Canada. These sessions can help you navigate, cope with, and recover from the pandemic crisis. One past participant said, quote, "The workshop was a welcome reprieve from the harsh realities of life. It provided a safe environment for those sharing a common painful experience to focus on other matters. It developed and allowed self-expression in a writer's creative world." Incredible feedback. These sessions are running weekly for 10 weeks, and you can sign up to join any or all of the sessions. If you have questions, Leah is available and is on the platform space to provide you with the registration to that. Also, very exciting, we've just launched an e-learning development project to create engaging on-demand learning modules for our most popular presentations and workshops. Kathleen, our education manager, along with Dinesh Ram, our operations manager, is spearheading this work. And we anticipate launching these new e-learning modules in April 2021, so stay tuned. Oh, sorry, 2022. I can't actually travel back in time, so stay tuned. Now I'd like to take a moment and acknowledge all of the hard work and dedication and commitment that has gone into making this conference, as well as to make possible the multitudes of other projects our team works on into reality. Over the last year, our team has worked tirelessly to support Family Council members, to advocate for the continued betterment of long-term care, to create educational and networking opportunities such as this one, and grow our reach and impact. So that is my team: Kathleen Edwards, Natasha Dupuis, Tiffany Fearon, newer folks, Leanne Policier, Dinesh Ram, and Leah Cabral. None of this would be possible without them, but also importantly, without our incredible network of supporters who we are coming to know more as friends. For this reason, we have decided to name our monthly giving program Friends of FCO in recognition of your commitment to our work and our growing relationship. For those of you who are not yet monthly donors or Friends of FCO, or maybe even joining us for the first time today, I encourage you to visit our website. There you'll find a wide range of council resources, a news blog section where you'll find articles from us and external subject matter experts, annual reports for our last 5 years, outlining our many successes, and so much more. Our website is where you'll have the opportunity to subscribe to our twice weekly e-bulletin, which features critical updates, events, and news from across the sector. So I do encourage you to check that out, see what we offer to Friends of FCO, and consider making a monthly donation of any amount to become a Friend of FCO, or a one-time donation to support our work. For those of you who are not new to our work, welcome back. We're thrilled to have you, and we hope you will share your experiences with others in networking sessions throughout the conference. For those of you who are new, an enthusiastic and heartfelt welcome, and thank you for joining us. We hope that you will enjoy everything the next 3 days has to offer, and I encourage you to consider becoming an official Friend of FCO by committing to a monthly donation. Even a small donation can have an incredible impact, and a monthly commitment gives us the power to better plan for the future. If you're not able to become a friend right now, we hope you will still subscribe to our e-bulletin and follow us on social media so that we can stay in touch. It is now my pleasure to introduce the Honourable Rod Phillips, Minister of Long-Term Care, who is bringing opening remarks from the ministry and from the government. Minister Phillips, thank you.
I'm Rod Phillips, the MPP for Ajax and Ontario's Minister of Long-Term Care. I want to thank everyone for attending the Family Council of Ontario's Finding Your Voice conference. Gatherings like this one help ensure that we support seniors in long-term care and that we share our experiences and make sure that the system is working for every family in Ontario. I also want to thank Sam Peck and her team for organizing the conference and ensuring that every family and every family council has a voice in homes across the province. Finally, as the Minister of Long-Term Care, I want to thank you for your support as we work together to fix long-term care in Ontario. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Minister Phillips. I look forward to working with you, your team, and the Ministry of Long-Term Care to elevate the voices of family caregivers so that their needs, perspectives, and concerns influence the future of long-term care throughout this great province. Before I wrap up my remarks, I want to give a big thank you to all of our speakers who are joining us today and tomorrow for their time and support of our work and their dedication to helping to improve long-term care through working with and centering the voices of people with lived experience. And again, another thank you to my team, without whom this would not be possible. Kathleen, Tiffany, Natasha, Leah, and Leanne have all supported this event through providing feedback and reaching out to speakers, developing videos, graphics, and social media materials, and managing registration. They're also all joining us today to manage the chat and meet with you in networking rooms. Dinesh Ram is our operations manager and is behind the scenes making sure the live stream is running smoothly and has, in fact, been the point person for the entire house space setup. So big thank you, team. In conclusion, thank you to everyone who is joining us for this fall's conference, Finding Your Voice, Engage, Empower, Influence. On behalf of FCO, it is my pleasure to welcome all of our esteemed guests to the event. We have about 7 minutes until we get started with our opening keynote from Dr. Ashley Flanagan. So you have a good opportunity right now to grab a glass of water, a cup of coffee, and then come back ready to go straight at 1:30. Thank you very much, everyone, and welcome to today's event. Welcome back, everyone. So once again, thank you for joining us this afternoon. It is my sincere pleasure to introduce our first keynote for the conference. Dr. Ashley Flanagan will be speaking on the future of long-term care, the importance of being guided by lived experience. Ashley Flanagan is a research fellow in diversity and aging at the National Institute on Aging, a Ryerson University think tank focused on creating cross-disciplinary, evidence-based, and actionable research to provide a blueprint for better public policy and practices needed to address the multiple challenges and opportunities presented by Canada's aging population. At the NIA, Ashley's research focuses on 2S LGBTQIA+ aging and old age with the goal of advancing comprehensive health and wellness policy, programs, and services for older adults with diverse gender and sexual identities. She completed her PhD in Aging, Health, and Wellbeing at the University of Waterloo and is a member of the Ontario Centre for Learning, Research and Innovations, supporting diversity and inclusion in long-term care advisory group. So thank you very much, Dr. Flanagan, and over to you.
Okay, thank you so much for that fantastic introduction. I am very happy to be here with you all to share a little bit about the public engagement that I've been fortunate to be a part of as part of Health Standards Organization's public engagement around the new National Long-Term Care Services Standard. And I think my slides are ready to roll. Awesome. Thank you so much. So why now? Why are we talking about national long-term care standards? I think the answer is actually probably pretty obvious to the folks in this virtual space. But for a little context, I think it's undeniable that COVID-19 has had a devastating impact on long-term care, and an impact that I'm sure everyone here is well aware of, so I'm not going to overstate the point. But what I will say, though, is that the impact of COVID-19 has really highlighted ongoing systemic issues and inequities within long-term care in Canada, and as a result has drawn unprecedented public attention and calls for change. So what is happening? Well, in response to the federal government's commitment to improve the provision of long-term care across Canada, the Standards Council of Canada, SCC, Health Standards Organization, HSO, and Canadian Standards Association, CSA group, are collaborating to develop two new complementary national standards for long-term care that are shaped by the needs of residents, families, and Canada's long-term care workforce. So the work that I'm involved with and here to chat with you all about today is the update that HSO is currently making to its long-term care standards, work that I am happy to support through the analysis of the public engagement activities that I'll describe in a little bit. But specifically, HSO's new National Long-Term Care Services Standard will focus on resident and family-centered care practices that value the importance of respect, dignity, trust, and quality of life, safe, reliable, and high-quality care based on evidence-informed practices, a healthy and competent workforce to ensure sustainable, team-based, compassionate care, and an organizational culture that is outcome-focused and strives towards the safety and well-being of all Canadians. And an important driver of this update to the National Long-Term Care Service Standard is the recognition of the necessity of bringing in voices of residents, families, and Canada's LTC workforce to the forefront of developing reliable, safe, and high-quality care. So the importance of engaging with Canadians on what matters most to them when it comes to the delivery of long-term care has been and will continue to be a priority for the HSO LTC Services Standard Technical Committee, the group leading the development and the group that which I'm supporting. So with that in mind, the technical committee is using a multi-method approach to reach as many Canadians as possible. And this approach includes a number of phases. And the first phase of the public engagement informing the designing and building of the new standard, is HSO's inaugural national standard on long-term care. And this survey ran from March 31st to July 31st of this year. And the goal of the survey was to get a better sense of the views on what an optimal future state of long-term care ought to look like. And the broad themes uncovered in this survey then inform the questions that the technical committee is now asking during the next phase of public engagement, which involves consultation workbooks and town halls. So during this phase, the technical committee is welcoming additional input through the completion of a consultation workbook, which includes more specific questions that arose out of the more than 16,000 surveys that we received in the first phase. And these workbooks can be completed by anyone who's interested in providing their input on improving the delivery of long-term care in Canada, whether you're a resident, a family member, a healthcare provider, a researcher, or anyone else who has an opinion and voice around long-term care. And there are options for individuals to complete the workbooks or groups to get together and chat about what they want the future to look like. So the consultation workbooks are to be submitted by December 1st. So there's still time, and I'll share the web link at the end of the presentation here. So if you haven't had an opportunity to complete a workbook, I welcome you to do so and have your voice heard. And so alongside our engagement via the consultation workbooks, HSO is also hosting a series of town halls throughout the fall here to engage more deeply with diverse communities of stakeholders. So to engage more deeply with long-term care home residents and family caregivers, the LTC workforce, Francophone folks, Indigenous communities, and other equity-deserving groups. And beyond these two phases of public engagement, there's going to be an ongoing, continuing effort to engage more deeply with Canadians through additional series of consultations that will be kind of unrolling and unfolding in the new year. And so when it comes to something as important as long-term care services, the importance of lived experience cannot really be understated. And with that in mind, the multi-phased approach is designed to collect feedback. So, and by feedback, I mean experiences, perspectives, hopes from as many Canadians as possible. And the feedback gathered is important for leading with lived experience and lived expertise, improving care and support, enhancing investment in social change, establishing greater trust in the process. And HSO and the technical committee recognize that good data, so that's the feedback that we're talking about here, in this case will drive good policy and good practice. And in fact, without the input of individuals who live, who visit, who work, who volunteer in long-term care, the potential for meaningful change is severely limited. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we're in the middle of that second phase of public engagement, the town halls and the workbooks, which means I'm not able to share what we're hearing from those activities, but I am very excited to provide some of the highlights from the 16,093 responses that were received from across the country in response to the inaugural survey on long-term care. And as I mentioned, while I'm not a member of the technical committee, I am supporting the committee in analyzing the responses received through the public engagement and transforming them into a series of what we heard reports. So if you haven't had a chance to check it out, our first What We Heard report is out, and it will also be included on that link that I'll share with you at the end of the presentation. So what we're talking about here today is kind of a high-level summary synopsis of what we found and what we heard through our inaugural survey. So let's dive into some of the findings. So as I talk, so we're going to start off by sharing an overview of the profile of individuals who provided responses to the demographic questions included in the survey. And I also want to note, kind of before we move through the demographic breakdown, that while we received a total of 16,093 survey responses, not all survey respondents chose to answer all the questions, and subsequently aren't necessarily included in this analysis. And I think that the rate of non-response, or the folks who chose not to answer some questions, reflects concerns that folks had about data usage and the potential of being identified by their responses, and the risk that they perceived in sharing their opinions, for better or worse, about our long-term care system here in Canada. So who did we hear from? Well, we received a total of 12,911 responses to the question, what is your age? And while the majority of Canadians are interested in the future of long-term care in Canada, probably now more than ever, the fact that 37% of all respondents were 65 years and older demonstrate these issues are much closer to home for older adults in Canada. And then when it comes to gender of our survey respondents, a total of 12,877 responses were received to the question, do you identify as being male, female, non-binary, or two-spirit? And so reflecting gender differences in who is more likely to provide care, both paid and unpaid, and the dominant gender of residents living within long-term care settings, 83% of the survey respondents self-identified as female. And in fact, the survey respondents who did self-identify as female, 32% of them were also family members, friends, or unpaid carers to a long-term care home resident. 26% were LTC staff healthcare providers, and 2% were long-term care home residents. And so when it comes to the race of our survey respondents, a total of 12,674 responses were received to the question, do you identify as being First Nations, Métis, or Inuit? And so while Indigenous peoples comprise about 5% of the total population in Canada, we received a response rate of 2% of survey respondents indicating that they were First Nations, Métis, or Inuit. And a total of 12,233 responses were received for the question, do you identify as being from a visible minority? And of the individuals who provided a response to this question, 12% self-identified as being from a visible minority, which is significantly less than the 22% of our total Canadian population. And I draw the comparisons to our broader population stats to give a sense of kind of what we were hoping for. We were hoping to have equitable representation comparable to our population stats in terms of our response rates. And so when it comes to ability, a total of 12,757 responses were received to the question, do you identify as a person with a disability? And 8% of our survey respondents self-identified as living with a disability, compared to about 22% of the total population in Canada. And a total of 15,976 responses were received to the question, would you prefer to continue in English and French? And from that, we extrapolated that about 90% of our survey respondents answered in English. When it comes to the geographic location of survey respondents, we received about 13,005 responses to the question, where do you live? And the overwhelming majority, about 70% of survey respondents reported living in Ontario. And then when we think about our relationships to long-term care, a total of about 11,807 responses were received to the question, do you identify as being an or a family, friend, or unpaid caregiver, etc. And the largest proportion of surveys were completed, in fact, by family members, friends, or unpaid carers to a long-term care resident at 34%, while 21% of survey respondents self-identified as being part of the LTC workforce, and 2% of survey respondents self-identified as being a long-term care home resident. Okay, so now we're ready to dive into what the 16,093 individuals who responded to our survey told us about their views on what an optimal future of long-term care ought to look like in Canada. And we're going to start by unpacking survey respondents' perspectives on long-term care as they were shared in response to some of these following questions. So when we asked about whether survey respondents were even aware that long-term care standards are currently being used, Across Canada, a total of 9,908 survey respondents provided an answer to the question, and about 80% of those respondents were aware of existing long-term care standards being used in long-term care across Canada. And the remaining 20% obviously were not aware. And this indicates a gap in public perception and awareness of the existence of long-term care standards currently being used in Canada. And so from there, we took it one step further, and we asked whether or not survey respondents felt that long-term care homes in Canada were providing safe, reliable, and high-quality care. And of the 9,944 survey respondents who provided an answer to this question, 67 did not feel, so they either disagreed or strongly disagreed, that long-term care homes in Canada were providing safe, reliable, and high-quality care, while 25% of survey respondents felt that they were. And so interestingly, but probably not surprising maybe to some of the folks in this virtual space, that 76% of survey respondents who self-identified as family members, friends, or unpaid caregivers to a long-term care resident did not feel, so that's disagree or strongly disagree, that long-term care homes in Canada were providing safe, reliable, and high-quality care. And so when asked about what the most important or the key issue to address within long-term care, the responses from survey respondents ranged and kind of fell within 5 key categories. So those categories include ensuring the provision of high-quality care, ensuring safety of LTC residents and staff while respecting the rights of residents, ensuring a well-supported, strong, and capable LTC workforce, ensuring appropriate LTC funding exists to support the provision of high-quality care, and ensuring greater transparency and accountability, and reconsidering the provision of for-profit LTC care. So let's unpack each of these a little bit further. And so an overwhelming majority of survey respondents took this opportunity to reiterate that ensuring the provision of high-quality care was the most important issue to address within long-term care. And in particular, survey respondents wanted to see the prioritization of rights, needs, and satisfaction of residents. So with this in mind, survey respondents felt that long-term care residents have a right to high-quality care that is not only individualized, but is responsive to evolving and increasingly complex care needs of the range of individuals, so ranging in age and ability, who are living in long-term care homes. The right to relational and emotion-based care that emphasizes social connection rather than the completion of tasks. Emphasis on holistic well-being, so that's our emotional, spiritual, mental, social, and physical well-being, as well as quality of life, so thinking about things like pain management. The provision of culturally sensitive and appropriate care, respect for residents' independence, autonomy, and self-determination, and ample opportunities for meaningful engagement in purposeful and appropriate recreation, so thinking about intergenerational programming and one-to-one connections. And so I'm going to dose some of the quotes that were shared with us through the survey throughout the presentation. And so this one was shared from a LTC home resident from Ontario. Respect and dignity must be shown to residents by recognizing that they are still people who can contribute to their LTC home instead of being an old person shuffled around by a young person. And so for many survey respondents, one of the key components of the provision of high quality resident and family-centered care was the delivery of care by a caring and compassionate and competent interprofessional care team. And so to provide this sense of holistic and relational care, survey respondents felt that care teams should include the resident and family members, as well as physicians, nurse practitioners, registered nurses, registered practical nurses, PSWs, dietitians, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, speech language pathologists, social workers, oral hygienists, therapeutic recreation practitioners, and spiritual care practitioners. And so as we work to create these caring, compassionate, and competent interprofessional care teams, One of the foundational aspects of these care teams, as identified by the survey respondents, is ensuring open and consistent communication between all levels of care. So that's between the care team and resident, care team and family, leadership and care team, leadership and residents and families, and so on. And then while advocating and advocacy for the inclusion of residents and family members within interprofessional care teams was important to many survey respondents, some respondents also noted the need to acknowledge that not all residents have family members to advocate either alongside or on their behalf for their rights, needs, and satisfaction. So as a result, survey respondents felt that resident-centered care must acknowledge the growing diversity in family or kinship relations, as well as provide support options for residents who do not have family members involved in their care. And so another quote from LTC staff healthcare provider from Ontario: ensuring that the care I provide is based on a holistic manner, culturally sensitive, and working with residents, families, and the team together to ensure quality care. And so many survey respondents also talked about the need for long-term care homes to uphold the qualities of home. And according to survey respondents, the necessary qualities of home include private and comfortable spaces. So we're thinking about individual rooms and private spaces for visiting, quality mealtime experiences with food that is both nutritious and delicious, an open door policy for visiting with family and friends, a strong sense of belonging and community within and beyond the long-term care home, and also clean and well-maintained spaces. And so this LTC researcher from Alberta shared high-quality, client-centered, empathetic, and enriched places to live, not just to live, but to thrive. And so to achieve this concept of or goal, I should say, of safe, reliable, and high-quality care in long-term care homes, survey respondents called for the reimagining of long-term care as a true continuum of care that provides equitable care for all. So that's thinking about choice, access, and cost across all jurisdictions, so whether that's geographic location and ownership. That prioritizes continuity in care, so things like the same staff providing care in order to build rapport, respect and valuing the workforce, so staffing levels and workplace conditions, asserting zero tolerance for neglect and abuse of residents, integrated into the broader healthcare system, so having access to medical records and also access to medical care beyond long-term care home, and including options for aging in place and home care as well. So a family member, friend, or unpaid caregiver to a long-term care home resident shared with us, alleviating the fears so that those who need help can get it, and reassure families and friends of those in LTC that the treatment of their loved one is the utmost importance, and consistently follow through with promises to improve their quality of life. And finally, according to survey respondents, there are a number of important considerations related to infrastructure and location that directly impact resident quality of life. And so as a whole, there is this dire need and focus to pay attention to the deinstitutionalization of long-term care homes, according to survey respondents. And in so doing, a shift towards smaller, low-density buildings that are situated within and integrated into surrounding communities to foster community engagement. And within these reimagined buildings, there would be a focus on accessible, comfortable, and aesthetically pleasing spaces that not only reflect best practices in care provision and technology from across the world, but also uphold these qualities of home that we talked about. And so we want to see private single or double occupancy rooms. And then beyond the indoor spaces, there's also an explicit call for access to outdoor spaces, whether it's gardens or courtyards. And in addition to concerns regarding the privacy and overcrowding issues within long-term care, survey respondents also noted the need for thoughtful building design that ensure accessibility and also air, light, and sound quality within long-term care homes. And so according to this LTC organization representative from Ontario, talking about long-term care looks and feels like a home, not an institution. Residents and families have a say in the design, from paint color, flooring, to layout of the space, and allow space to be changed on a regular basis. And so when we think about ensuring safety of LTC residents and staff, and also respecting the rights of long-term care residents, many survey respondents felt that this was the most important issue to address within long-term care. And to underscore this call, survey respondents felt that prioritizing health and safety as it connects to maintaining a healthy and competent workforce is linked to considerations for both staffing and workplace considerations. Specifically, the majority of survey respondents reported the need for a stable and consistent workforce with access to physical and time allocations and resources necessary for the provision of high quality care. And survey respondents would also like to see active and strong psychological and occupational health and safety requirements and committees in all LTC homes, as well as explicit attention paid to staff well-being at an individual and collective level. And so to reiterate this point, an LTC staff healthcare provider from Newfoundland and Labrador shared adequate staffing is essential. Without a more reasonable ratio of staff to patients, everything else suffers: the medicine, the nursing, the programming, etc. And so for many survey respondents, considerations for the environment, operations, and maintenance of LTC homes was directly related to ensuring safety and security of residents and staff alike. So for example, emergency preparedness plans must be routinely updated and practiced in order to best ensure the safety of everyone within the building. And further, some survey respondents, particularly survey respondents who self-identified as family members, friends, or unpaid carers to an LTC home resident, would like to see the integration of security systems within LTC homes in order to ensure the safety of their loved ones. However, when it comes to surveillance, there's also a larger conversation to be had about consent and privacy and autonomy. And so no one should be hurt in the giving or receiving of care. If someone should be accidentally harmed, then the incident should be properly investigated and followed up on so that a similar occurrence does not reoccur, according to one long-term care home manager or administrator from Newfoundland and Labrador. And when thinking about the maintenance of long-term care homes as it relates to quality of life of residents and families, many survey respondents stress the importance of a dedicated staff for cleaning, groundskeeping, and maintenance. In delegating dedicated staff for the various aspects of day-to-day operations, LTC homes are better positioned for strict adherence to regulatory practices and standards, so things like infection prevention and control protocols, as well as providing high-quality care. And another consideration shared by many survey respondents is the adoption of environmentally friendly practices as well. And so when we heard from this one concerned citizen from Ontario, they wanted to share that proper temperature control, properly cleansed and circulated air, enough staff to ensure fastidious cleaning measures and proper waste management protocols, regular routine maintenance on all equipment and furnishings. These things should be blended with aesthetic maintenance to present a well cared for and friendly surrounding. And then stemming out of concerns for health, well-being, and safety of LTC staff, many survey respondents felt that ensuring the LTC workforce is well supported, strong, and capable is the most important issue to address within long-term care. And so to ensure this, survey respondents advocated for full-time permanent employment opportunities that are equitably compensated for expertise and skills. In addition to equitable wages and benefits, survey respondents would also like to see improved access to well-being supports and opportunities for career advancement. So this one family member, friend, or unpaid caregiver to an LTC home resident from Ontario so beautifully put, you can't expect champagne care when you pay peanuts. It's about respect. And so creating and maintaining a work environment that is affirming, positive, and supportive was identified by survey respondents as integral to maintaining a healthy and competent workforce. In particular, the key components identified by survey respondents were rigorous attention to hiring, caring, compassionate, and competent staff, emphasis on collaboration and positive reinforcement, cultivating a culture that is free from harassment or bullying, as well as discrimination, so including cultural sensitivity training in ongoing education modules. And finally, ongoing supervision through annual staff performance reviews and checking in with staff to see how things are going. And so this LTC staff non-healthcare provider from Ontario shared good pay, good benefits, good pension, change the hiring process to favor compassionate and empathetic individuals. In order to best ensure a competent and capable workforce, survey respondents shared the need for enhanced education and licensing standards that include standardized training programs, the establishment of a regulatory body to ensure professional accountability, and ongoing competency examinations. And according to survey respondents, the implementation of such standards would ensure that every member of the workforce has received specialized training in geriatric care, providing culturally appropriate care, and understanding of resident-centered care as well. And so, most importantly, staff need to be trained in what affects the current residents, not just the bare minimum. Mental health for all ages, Indigenous cultural competency training, LGBT health, and currently the residential school legacy in Canada. Until homes start to respond to the residents' needs, there will never be high quality care, according to one LTC resident from Ontario. And so in order to ensure the provision of high quality and safe care by a competent, consistent, and capable workforce, one of the overarching themes brought forward by survey respondents was the need for adequate funding from federal and provincial or territorial governments. So things like incentivizing exceeding minimum standards. As one long-term care home resident from Newfoundland and Labrador said, this kind of care requires funding for a minimum of at least 4.1 hours of care per day, funding to hire the required skill mix of RNs, RPNs, and PSWs with educational preparation and necessary equipment and supplies. High quality is absolutely necessary. And so while many survey respondents called for more funding to be directed to the provision of care within long-term care settings, they noted that increases in funding must also be tied to strict guidelines regarding transparency, accountability, and ownership of long-term care homes. So with respect to oversight, many survey respondents called for responsible national standards and governance, with provincial and territorial implementation. Specifically, respondents wanted to see the development of an independent regulatory body to ensure consistency of care across the country while also accounting for different regional diversity. And so according to survey respondents, the national LTC standards should be clear, attainable, include a variety of indicators and metrics, offer guidance and support for exceeding expectations, be continually updated to reflect best practices, build from existing standards, and include community input. And so, as this one older adult from Ontario shared, we want to see the right combination of environment, so buildings and facilities, people, so organization, skills, empathy, care, adequate funding, and enforcement. And with respect to operation, many survey respondents wanted to see enhanced organizational accountability and transparency when it comes to the provision of care within long-term care homes. And at an organizational level, survey respondents wanted to see present and knowledgeable leadership structures that include residents and families at all levels, including the board level, policies, protocols, and practices that ensure a focus on care, continuous quality improvement and evaluation, open channels for feedback and complaints without fear of reprisal, and transparent public reporting and ongoing documentation. And finally, in alignment with calls to address the ownership of long-term care homes that have emerged in response to the treatment of LTC home residents during the COVID-19 pandemic, many survey respondents felt that abolishing for-profit long-term care was the most important issue within long-term care. And so according to LTC staff healthcare provider from Ontario, expediency seems to be the order of the day in the system as it exists now. Resident care seems to be funded based on variables that have no real meaning in truly compassionate care. And so after providing input on what they thought was the most important with respect to providing safe, reliable, high-quality resident and family-centered care practices, maintaining healthy and competent workforce, and considerations for the environment, operations, and maintenance of LTC homes, survey respondents were asked whether or not LTC homes should be required to meet standards. And reflecting the tone of the majority of responses, the majority of survey respondents, in fact, 99% felt that yes, or absolutely, LTC homes should be required to meet standards. And to quote one older adult survey respondent from Ontario, otherwise, LTCs are just IDCs. I don't care. Where profit, not people, is the only and primary consideration. And so while the majority of survey respondents felt that LTC homes should be required to meet standards, they also clearly added the caveat that the implementation of standards must be accompanied by accountability measures and enforcement. And so, as I mentioned earlier, the feedback collected through the course of HSO's public engagement, so the inaugural national survey, the consultation workbooks, the town halls, will directly inform the development of HSO's new national long-term care standard, which will be released for public review in early 22, so keep an eye out. And then officially completed in fall 2022 after incorporating the feedback that's generated from the public review. So as I mentioned, you all still have time to have your voice heard. So please go to longtermcarestandards.ca/engage for more information and to take part in HSO's standard development and engagement activities. That's where on that website you'll find a link to the consultation workbook and instructions on how to submit as well. And I think also beyond this work that I'm supporting the HSO Technical Committee, there's also so much research happening that seeks to include lived experience and your experiences of family members, partners in care, service providers, etc. Is important. And I encourage you to keep an eye out for emails from organizations that you're connected with. So organizations like Family Councils of Ontario, because oftentimes these organizations are the go-between between researchers and folks with lived experience. So I think all that to say is that your voice matters. And if I'm so bold as to speak for researchers in the aging sphere, we want to hear from you and we need to hear from you. So with that, I thank you all for your time and attention. And I look forward to connecting and chatting throughout the day. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ashley, or Dr. Flanagan, for that great presentation. I think it's really, obviously, my bias is that it's so important to include lived experience, living experience in the research, because that's what translates to making a difference on the ground. So
absolutely.
I thank you for that. We've got a bunch of questions from viewers. So it's a mix of process, outcomes, just based on your work. So just take it away. When creating the standards, do you think it's possible to create standards that sort of uphold everyone to sort of a standard of excellence, but also allow homes to have flexibility? So, for example, adapting spaces or processes like dining, common areas to suit the needs of residents, given Canadian standards. Canada is a diverse country. So what would that look like? Achieving excellence standards, but also providing flexibility.
I think it's absolutely possible. The way that I understand the standards and the standards drafting process is that they are guidelines that inform long-term care homes, folks working within the long-term care sector, give them something to shoot for. And so, and there's also room for interpretation of what kind of these kind of gold standard things may look like within specific homes and specific regions of Canada. So I think that there is room for flexibility, and I think that they're crafted in a way that folks can find what they need and interpret that in ways to best support the residents and the families and the folks associated with their long-term care home. And so I think that yeah, it's possible.
And I think that's really, I think it's got to be possible. And, you know, people create these things so people can decide sort of what's possible. Mm-hmm. What do you think about the findings from or the feedback that you've heard? Would it encourage and this goes along with, you know, on the ground differences and equity about creating more culturally specific homes or standards that really speak to cultural specificity or appropriateness in our long-term care settings?
Mm-hmm. I think that that's a really important part of the conversation. I think when we think about what is happening within long-term care right now, we need to focus on ensuring that our basic human rights of care and support are being met. And then I think that also feeds into culturally sensitive and appropriate care as well. And I think that means different things for different communities of folks. And so having a standard for that may not necessarily be the most appropriate. I think guidance around various cultures and various approaches to care is definitely needed. And there are some resources out there, but I think even in my experience of working with 2S LGBTQ communities, there is an agreement on whether we should have specific homes dedicated to queer and trans older folks, or if we need to be working on that cultural sensitivity and embedding it within the foundation of long-term care as we provide it. So I think that there's space for kind of this true continuum of care as I mentioned in the findings. And I think that as we move forward and hopefully into the future of what long-term care looks like and is possible, we can see that continuum of care that meets the needs of of all, if not as many people as possible.
Mm-hmm. And also, I think not treating an equity deserving group as a monolith, mm-hmm. that not all, to your point, 2S LGBTQ folks think the same. And so mm-hmm. there's going to be differences in opinion, but creating a system that is responsive to needs and inclusive of people as, you know, whole, full human beings, not just their identity.
No, exactly.
Or part of their identity.
Yeah, there's so many parts of our identities, right? Mm-hmm. And that need to be nurtured and cared for when we think about long-term care and we think about aging care more broadly. So it's kind of walking a tightrope a little bit, but I think if we can create systems and think about culturally sensitive and culturally appropriate care and respecting kind of our basic human rights as people who are growing older, I think that goes a long way. For sure.
And also to, you know, the staff experience as well, to ensuring that folks who are living in long-term or working in long-term care are respected and supportive. Many PSWs being racialized women, for example, so that their experience as staff is supported as well.
Mm-hmm. And even family members coming in and visiting as well, and having people feel safe to be who they are when they walk through that door, right? Mm-hmm. So
Absolutely.
Mhm.
So another question is, jumping off of that about your point about caregivers being supported,
Mhm.
were there any suggestions or any things that came out in the feedback about really how to train or support caregivers to engage in caring for their loved ones? Maybe that might not come out in the standards or the recommendations, but is there anything you've heard in any part of your research that might speak to that?
I'm trying to think about specifically maybe tips or tricks or suggestions that came out. I think a lot of what we heard was more broadly being that supportive role and meeting folks in that moment of meeting where they're at and knowing, getting to know who you're providing care for. So whether you're a paid carer in some capacity, so taking the time to get to know, or whether you're a family caregiver who maybe is a little bit has been removed from the person that you're supporting, and then so taking that time to get to know people, get to know their wishes as they age, I think is so important in order to kind of create and uphold that holistic approach to care and that a relational approach to care. When we think about LTC workforce isn't necessarily built into the system right now, the time to be able to develop connections. So when we think about stuff that came out of the surveys, that came out loud and clear, is that time resources, physical resources just aren't there, and aren't being supported due to a number of issues, like understaffing and kind of the workloads that are happening. So I think taking the time to be relational and get to know folks is a massive thing to consider.
It's a very high touch, literally and figuratively sector. It's built on relationships. It's built on connections, or should be. So I think that is a really important point. So how should we or could we increase awareness among decision makers, politicians, stakeholders, policymakers, of what caregivers, so family unpaid caregivers, actually do, and how essential they are to supporting high quality, medical, social, physical care, bearing in mind that there's reports that family caregivers unpaid contribute billions of dollars annually. So how do we elevate the conversation so that policymakers, governments are paying attention and responding?
Great question. To get people to take up the cause, right? I think, maybe speaking to my background as more of a qualitative researcher, I think stories, targeting folks' empathy is the biggest thing, because if the fact that unpaid family carers are providing billions of dollars in support a year doesn't necessarily speak to a policymaker or a government official, I think if we can build around that, the stories of the day-to-day experiences of folks and what folks are doing on that day-to-day basis, and really tug at the heartstrings, I think is so powerful and really gets people amped up and ready to make some change. And I think that, a lot of what we've heard around in reports is kind of the numbers of it, the cost, the kind of the fear mongering around it. But I think if we can change the narrative to supporting the folks that are supporting people who need that support, and kind of create this more holistic community of support and reframe it a little bit rather than kind of this fear mongering approach, I think that also holds weight, and is a path forward that I'd like to see maybe taken up a little bit more. But yeah, I think that's a good place to start. If not, continue. I'm sure lots of folks are sharing stories and having their voice brought to the table for lack of a better term, or making space for themselves at tables. That's a better way to frame that. But I think if what we can do just to support those voices and experiences being heard and shared, I think it will go a long way.
Great. And yeah, we are very focused on sharing stories. It's one of the powerful things about family councils is sitting down and sharing your stories with your peers, giving and receiving support. But what advice do you have for residents or caregivers or home staff who may be hesitant to participate in surveys or forums because of fears of being self-identified, which could lead to, retaliation or just that fear of, if I say something negative, something bad's going to happen to my person, to me, to my career.
And I think that it's an important consideration that is front of mind for a lot of folks who are in perhaps the way that the system is created now, more precarious positions of employment, more dependent upon the care that's being provided. And I think an example from the survey is the number of non-responses we got to demographic questions where people were holding back their parts of their identity, I can assume for fear of being identified in a way, for voicing maybe opinions that go contrary to public opinion or organizational opinion, etc. But I think that one of the findings that came out of the surveys is a way to navigate that is to have an external body for voicing opinions, for voicing feedback, so that you're not necessarily bringing your grievances or your suggestions or your feedback to an administrator or somebody who is directly, quote unquote, in control of the care of your loved one, or etc. So I think if we can create systems that or whistleblower programs or whatever you want to call them, that have built-in protections for people, we can kind of lower the perceived risk of sharing feedback, of speaking up and speaking out. I think that that's important, but I think kind of since that doesn't necessarily exist at the moment, I think it goes a long way to having resident advocates, to having dedicated people who are in positions within long-term care homes that it's their role to hold that space and to hold that confidence so that people can come to and share opinions in a way that kind of limits or at least alleviates some of the fear that's there about reprisal or retribution or any sort of negative consequences that may be felt or perceived to be at risk when speaking up.
Is residents, families, and frontline staff have lived experiences of what's wrong with the system, what's working well, and have suggestions for improvement. They're the folks whose voices need to be centered and to have space provided for them. But it can be a vulnerable position to be in, to speak out against leadership or decision makers. So I can see that being quite difficult. So you mentioned, and maybe this is part of it, but what would a good system of enforcement and accountability look like, so that way we can not just focus on compliance per se. We need an effective compliance system, but how do we get to excellence? How do we get to meeting standards, a gold standard? What would enforcement and accountability look like if that's our goal?
I mean, that's a great question, isn't it?
$1 million question.
I think it's a tough one. I think based on what we've been hearing, folks want to see more regular and unscheduled or quote unquote surprise inspections, so that organizations don't necessarily have a week to prepare and present kind of the best version of themselves when inspectors come, if they come. So I think that is one of the things that came out loud and clear is that desire for an inspection process and also follow-up. So when you have an inspector come in and they leave you with a list of deficiencies or suggestions, or however you want to frame them, circling back to see how the progress is being made to address those. Because as the system stands right now, that follow-up, or in many cases that first initial inspection, isn't necessarily happening, right? So I think that there's that. Folks have also called for incentives or increased funding to be attached to demonstrated exceeding of expectations. But I think that also calls for like the big elephant in the room, which is more funding, more funding to be available, more funding to be provided to support high quality care within long-term care. So I think there's a number of things that folks want to see, and I think I agree with. But I think it's part of an ongoing conversation, and I think I would love to see more feedback and more conversation with folks about what they would like to see around when we think about funding, enforcement, and accountability measures there. Because as it stands, the standards are one thing, and then as we kind of build the system out around them, we're going to have more conversations about accountability and transparency.
Mm-hmm. And what are we measuring? Are we measuring what matters, and what difference can that actually make to the lives of people walking the halls of a long-term care home?
Exactly.
Last question is going to be another elephant in the room question. So it's the ongoing debate between for-profit and not-for-profit care. And FCO is funded by the government. We work with all long-term care homes, regardless of operator type. But we're also aware that there have been numerous calls and reports that are looking at the differences between operator types. The Long-Term Care Commission report has called for a focus on mission-driven long-term care and separating, owning the building versus the delivery of care. So what are your thoughts? How would standards approach this? What could long-term care look like in the future from that perspective so that it meets the needs of people?
Yeah,
that's a tough one.
That's a tough one that I think we're going to be grappling with for a while. And I think the conversation that was sparked by what we saw and are seeing in response to the way things have shaken out during COVID and the COVID-19 pandemic, I think that when it comes to standards and the work that is currently happening, I think conversations about ownership and the place of ownership and what the role that takes within kind of the provision of care is an ongoing conversation. I think, it's a tricky one to unpack, and I would love to bring everyone back together and have a conversation about it. But as it stands right now, I think we've seen the impact. It's just a matter of when the rubber hits the road, what's going to be the best for residents and what's going to be the best for families. So I think as we move forward, there's lots of conversations and a lot more action to be taken.
So maybe we'll not necessarily end on that question. I talk about the future. So maybe this one's a little bit easier. Going forward, how should caregivers and councils and residents continue to be engaged in this work and to support not just the standards, what they look like, but actually implementing or supporting implementation on the grassroots levels? What would you want people to walk away with saying, I can do this, I can help make this a reality?
So the first thing, the really tangible thing that anybody could do is do the workbook. If they didn't do the survey, do the workbook. I personally read every single response. And then I take it and I form a report for our technical committee, who also looks at the majority of responses. And so from there, that's the first quick, easy way to have your voice and to implement to feel involved in the change that's happening. I think when the next thing that could happen is when the standard itself goes out for public review, take the time, whether it's with individually or whether it's with a family council gathering together or coming together as a group of any sort, to talk about what's in the standard, to talk about, is it meeting the needs? Is it meeting the feedback that I gave? And then providing the feedback on the standard itself, because there is that follow-up process that is happening. And then once the standard is kind of launched, public, it's out there for everybody, I think there's a lot of advocacy work that can happen at that grassroots level, whether it's a family council leading the charge, or it's a residence council, or it's anybody within the home. I think to advocate for the meeting and the inclusion and bringing the standards to life within our various long-term care home affiliations, I think is kind of a chain of events that I think will start to spark change, and we'll see hopefully, if I'm going to be very optimistic and leave it on that note, is we'll start to see some transformation within long-term care across Canada, and to be very hopeful and optimistic, I think. But
all right, well, let's be hopeful, let's be optimistic, and let's use our voices to influence change.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Flanagan, for your work and your time with us today. And perhaps when the standards are out there in the world for the public, we can have you back and talk more about what that could look like for the lives of families, residents, and home staff, not only in Ontario, but across Canada.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Wonderful. All right. Well, thank you so much again for your time, everyone who asked questions. On that note, we'll say thank you to Dr. Flanagan, and we're going to move into a 15-minute refreshment break. So feel free to grab a coffee, a snack, what have you, and we'll be back with our next session at 2:45. Thank you so much, everyone, and we'll see you back soon.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back after your refreshment break. Hope you're able to have a stretch, grab a glass of water, perhaps a snack as we get ready to continue with our next keynote address. Next up, we have Laura Petta from the Alzheimer Society of Toronto. Laura is going to be speaking on residents' rights, a really important topic, I know, to us all. To tell you a little bit about her, she's a social worker currently employed by the Alzheimer Society of Toronto and works in the Behavioral Support Ontario Caregiver Specialist Program. So she's a good friend of caregivers and FCO. She has a master's in social work and is working since primarily with older adults and caregivers, both in community and long-term care settings. Most of her experience was acquired while working for the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program in Santa Clara County, California, and New York City. So she has international experience as well. And more recently at Dixon Hall in Toronto. She's worked as a client intervention worker, providing case management support and services to seniors and adults living with disabilities. And she currently assists family friend caregivers who support a person living with dementia in one of the 36 long-term care homes in the Toronto Central Lynn area. She's also representing the Alzheimer Society of Toronto as a member of the FCO Resource Development Advisory Committee. So she helps FCO to produce accessible literature to support family councils across the province of Ontario. So it is my pleasure to welcome to the virtual stage Laura for her talk, Let's Talk About Residents' Rights. Take it away, Laura.
Hi there. How are you today?
Good. I'm so excited that you're with us today.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I just want to thank you for joining me today and for Family Councils of Ontario for the invitation. I'm just going to pull up my presentation here. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to talk about residents' rights in Ontario's long-term care homes. This topic is near and dear to my heart. As a former employee of the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program in the U.S., I believe that it's paramount that residents, family members, and staff supporting them not only see the posting listed in the long-term care home, but that they actually understand how each and every right relates to the residents that live in the long-term care home. I've developed this presentation after seeing how confused caregivers have been who are newly transitioning to the long-term care homes in the Toronto Central Lynn. I know we've changed the name though to Community and Home Services. Anyway, people were really confused about what was a ministry directive, a public health guidance, the facility policies, and the actual residents' rights. So my hope today is to clarify for residents, caregivers, and staff what the residents' rights are in the long-term care homes across Ontario and just what they mean. So here's the definition. Long-term care homes are a place where you can live and receive care services such as nursing and personal care. So long-term care homes are also referred to as nursing homes or long-term care facilities. But after I read this definition, I want to add a little bit of color for you. And I'll also share what we say in the business as healthcare service providers. I like this saying a lot. It's a home, the long-term care home is a place where we work and they live. So they don't live where we work. Instead, we work in their homes. Now, I'm not sure where this statement came from originally, but I just love it. The statement, for me anyway, captures what we are all trying to achieve in long-term care, and that's to make this environment where clinical care is provided as home-like as possible. So, facts about where to find information on residents' rights. They're located in the Long-Term Care Homes Act, which was developed in 2007, and I believe is being revised currently as we speak. This legislation includes the Residents' Bill of Rights. The residents' rights are guaranteed by law in the province of Ontario. What's important to remember? The Residents' Bill of Rights must be posted in a conspicuous place for everyone to see. Every long-term care home in Ontario must have a complaint process, and information must be posted on both how and where to make this complaint. Ontario Chief's Medical Officer of Health and local officers can restrict or temporarily suspend some of the rights under the bill. Sadly, we saw number 3 enacted during the height of COVID, when visitation to long-term care was eliminated in hopes to reduce the spread of infection and protect some of our most vulnerable citizens. So let's get on with this. We'll take a deeper dive into the residents' rights. Every resident has the right to be treated with courtesy and respect in a way that fully recognizes the right's individuality and respects their dignity. So staff must be kind and polite to you. They must speak English or, if able, the preferred language of the resident. Because as you know, being caregivers, often people who are experiencing dementia will go back to their first language. So if that's something that's feasible and preferred by the family and the resident, and staff can accommodate it, then that's an agreement that will come up. When providing care to you, they'll try to speak the language, either English or the one you prefer, and address you by what you wish to be called. They must not refer to you as honey, sweetie, mommy, or daddy. Even if you don't like being referred to by your first name, it's up to the resident, it's their preference. Abuse. Every resident has the right to be protected from abuse. When we refer to abuse, we mean physical, verbal, financial, emotional, and sexual. Physical, a resident is not to be beaten, slapped, or handled roughly. It can also apply when a staff person refuses to administer medications or medicates a resident with something other than what they're supposed to be taking. Verbal, it's unacceptable when another person says something that scares, threatens, or belittles the resident. Yelling and name calling are also considered forms of verbal abuse. Financial, when another takes a resident's money or property through unsavory methods such as force, theft, cheating, or trickery. Another common example is if another person forces you to sell or give away possessions or simply takes them without your permission. Emotional. Examples of emotional abuse are when another threatens, humiliates, frightens, or insults a resident. Individuals can sometimes feel like they're being treated like a child at that time. Sexual includes any sexual activity that's forced upon a person that is not desired. Sexual abuse includes inappropriate touching, remarks, or exploitation. It can happen if a person is in a position of authority or power and they have a sexual relationship with you, or shows you pornographic content, or leers at your naked body. Neglect. Every resident has the right not to be neglected by the licensee or staff. Neglect is when a long-term care home fails to provide residents with treatment, care, services, or assistance that residents require for their care, well-being, or safety. This is what we saw in the media back in March, June of 2020. At this time, in a few of the homes, the health and safety of residents was put at risk because of staff shortages and their inability to provide care to residents. Other examples might be when a resident is told to use their incontinence product instead of taking a resident to the bathroom because he or she requires 1 or 2 staff to assist them. Every resident has the right to properly be sheltered, fed, clothed, groomed, and cared for in the manner consistent with his or her needs. In other words, a resident has the legislated right to receive a proper place to live, enough food to eat, if required, assistance with eating and drinking, clean clothes to wear, and help with remaining clean and tidy. Essentially, facility staff are responsible to attend to the unique needs of each resident. Every resident has the right to live in a safe and clean environment. The long-term care home must be a place of safety, and the physical setting is expected to be in good working order and function properly. This means that smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors are also working. Stairwells and exits are free from clutter. In the event of an emergency, protocols are in place to prevent infection from spreading, such as hand washing, gloves, masks, isolating sick individuals, and the physical building must be clean, meaning no odors, garbage is taken out in a timely manner, investment is made into air ventilation systems, and the environment is frequently cleaned and disinfected. Every resident has the right to exercise the rights of a citizen. Just because someone moves into a long-term care home doesn't mean that they forfeit their rights of a citizen of Ontario or Canada. You still have the right to vote, you have the right to protection against discrimination, you have the right to equal rights, the right to practice your religion, right to freedom of expression, the right to meet whomever you wish and join an organization or a group, and the right not to have your possessions searched or taken without your permission, except as allowed by law. Additionally, you are also expected to respect the rights and freedoms of others and follow the law. Every resident has the right to be told who is responsible for them and who is providing their direct care. It's a resident's right to know who is responsible and providing care to them. This is regardless of where the staff person is employed. For instance, the staff person might work at the facility, they might be from an agency, they might work there part-time or full-time, or be a temporary employee or even a volunteer. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are. The resident has the right to know the person's name, where they work, what type of service they can expect from this person. This right is given to every resident, even residents with cognitive impairment. Every resident has the right to be afforded privacy in treatment and in caring for his or her personal needs. Whether you're being examined by a physician, receiving treatment, or having your personal needs met, getting dressed, bathed, changed, it's expected that this treatment is administered in a private manner. Every resident has the right to have participation in decision-making respected. With this right, the resident participates in as many decisions as they possibly can, which affects all aspects of their life in the long-term care home. They can have a say over their treatment decisions and care, even if they have some cognitive impairment, and staff or family members can find it extremely frustrating if the resident is refusing care, which the staff or the family are trying to have the resident receive. Residents can express their desire over which meal they want to eat or activities that they'd prefer to join. That being said, staff are expected to reapproach residents who try to find ways to have residents accept care. So sometimes I get calls from caregivers about residents who are refusing showers or refusing to take medications. So the way we work with staff is to ask them to use gentle persuasion approach and go back to the resident and try different techniques to get them to be more amenable to receiving care. Every resident has the right to keep and display personal possessions, pictures, and furnishings in his or her own room, subject to the safety requirements and the rights of other residents. If this resident has a favorite quilt, a pillow, pictures of family, paintings, or books, the resident can have that in their room. Also, larger items like televisions, computers, furniture can also come into the room as long as they do not interfere with the safety or rights of residents in the long-term care home. By safety, I mean trip or fire hazards in the rooms, and they cannot be cluttered. Plan of care. I get a lot of questions about plan of care. At times, I support caregivers by attending plan of care meetings to help them understand what's happening. It can be very fast-paced for caregivers who are new to this environment. So every resident has the right to participate fully in the development, implementation, review, and revision of his or her care plan. Please note that in the event that the resident themselves cannot participate, it's expected that the substitute decision maker for health will be invited to participate in the plan of care. A plan of care is a written commitment that defines what kind of care the resident will receive and how care and/or services will be administered daily. The plan of care addresses all aspects of care: personal support, medical, nursing care, nutrition, rehabilitation, socialization or activities, recreation, religious practices, and much more. Attending this meeting is extremely important. This is the time when you have the opportunity to ask questions of the department heads and discuss every aspect of the resident's care. This meeting is your chance to request information and suggest changes if you notice certain practices are not effective. Each care plan is unique to each resident. Every resident has the right to give or refuse consent to any treatment, care, or service for which his or her consent is required by law, and to be informed of consequences of giving and refusing consent. Really, it's up to the individual to determine whether they wish to do what the doctor recommends, or to take their or not to take their advice, or to get a second opinion. However, the individual must be advised of the treatment, what it's for, the risks and benefits involved, the side effects, and what will occur if the treatment is refused. All of this information must be explained so that the resident can make an informed decision. It's important to note that you can choose someone to help you make these decisions. Usually this person, so usually the resident, has a family member or a close friend to consult with. If you decide to refuse any treatment or direction from staff, a resident cannot be discharged or punished. And remember, every time I'm referring to the resident, if the resident isn't able to attend these care plans, the responsibility falls on the substitute decision maker for healthcare. And that substitute decision maker for healthcare can also bring in support, another family member or a close friend that they wish to have present. Every resident has the right to participate fully in making any decision concerning any aspect of his or her care, including any decision concerning his or her admission, discharge, or transfer to or from a long-term care home or a secure unit, and to obtain an independent opinion with regard to any of those matters. This is another way of saying that the resident has the right to take part in decisions relating to moving into a long-term care home, leaving one, or moving to another room in the facility. Relating to this topic, you also have the right to consult with someone outside of the long-term care home to get a second opinion about your care needs. And then when it's talking about a transfer to a secure unit, at times what will happen if you're supporting a resident with responsive behaviors that the facility staff are finding difficult to manage, they may ask that the resident be transferred to either a CAS unit, or Baycrest has a behavioral neurology unit where that person can go for a short term to get medications and behavioral care plans in place to support them better for living in a long-term care home setting. And again, they have to get your permission to do that. Privacy of health information. Every resident has the right to have his or her personal health information within the meaning of the Personal Health Information Protection Act of 2004, kept confidential in accordance with that of the Act, and to have access to his or her records of personal health information, including his or her plan of care in accordance with the Act. The law states here that your health and medical records are to be kept private and confidential, and only those individuals who are responsible for your care are permitted to see your records. These records must be kept in a secure place where other individuals are not able to see them. Something I want to highlight here is that you have the right to get and see copies of your own records or the person you're supporting, or records of the person that you're supporting, and to show them to others if you wish. So if it's relevant to a complaint maybe that you've been making or a concern of yours. Every resident has the right to receive care and assistance towards independence based on restorative care philosophy to maximize independence to the greatest extent. So it's understood that there are attempts to support residents to receive physiotherapy while they're in the home. And essentially, you have the right to become and remain as independent as you possibly can. An example of this right is when we see that family friend caregivers have hired external PT. So what happens is, in order for the homes to support physiotherapy for residents, there's a lot of residents and they require different levels of care. If you feel that it would benefit to hire someone or bring someone outside to support your resident with physiotherapy, I have seen where families do this, and then they will help the resident to remain as mobile as possible, to at least be able to make it short terms to maybe the bed to the bathroom, so they can be independent still of using the bathroom. Also, I've seen an example of where a family member was concerned about a resident being able to continue feeding herself. So he hired an arts person to do some rehabilitation where they worked on the resident's grasp mechanism so that the resident was able to continue eating on her own. Every resident has the right not to be restrained, except and limited to circumstances provided for under this Act and subject to the requirements provided for under this Act. So the use of restraints is a quality indicator that is publicly reported. Long-term care homes do not want residents using restraints. They do their best to explain to families why restraints can be more harm than good. Restraints, here's the definition. A restraint is defined as anything that limits a person's movement, preventing them from doing an activity that they would like to do. Examples of restraints are bed rails, locked doors, medications, wheelchairs with lap belts, like seat belts, weighted blankets, and mittens that prevent people from scratching themselves. Prohibited, cannot use restraints are sheet wraps, straitjackets, restraints that can only be used or only released, with a key or magnet, and roller bars on wheelchairs or toilets. Those are not allowed to be used. When are restraints permitted in a long-term care home in Ontario? If a resident is capable of making their own decisions, no one can restrain them. Let's just start there. Or prevent them from leaving the facility. At times, for comfort and safety, some restraints might be suggested by the care team. However, it is the resident who has the right to decide whether or not they're utilized. If a resident can remove the restraint independently, for example, a seat belt in a wheelchair, it's not considered a restraint. The resident can also change their mind should he or she decide that the restraint is not being useful for them. When restraints are used for safety, this can be referred to as a personal assistive service device. The idea here is that the devices assist the resident with the activity of daily living. One common example, as I've stated already, is the seatbelt used in a wheelchair to reduce the possibility of a resident falling out of their wheelchair. Residents should not feel discomfort or pain as a consequence of using a personal assistive service device. When employing a device, long-term care home staff are expected to check on the resident frequently to assess and reassess their comfort. Additionally, a physician, a registered nurse, or a nurse practitioner must conduct regular ongoing assessments. The doctor must advise the resident about any plans to use the restraint and explain how it would be used. The doctor must also advise the resident what will happen if they agree to use the restraint and what will happen if they disagree. In emergency situations, restraints can sometimes be used for short periods of time without getting consent. This can happen if there is no way to prevent the resident or another from being seriously harmed. This situation is referred to as the caregiver's common law duty. In this instance, restraints can be physical, drugs, or placing the person in a secure area. Still, there are laws to be followed. Restraints in this scenario can only be used when ordered by a physician or a registered nurse. Remember that medicines that are part of the resident's regular treatment plan are not considered restraints. Safety measures such as locks, push-button devices, barriers at stairways, entrances, and exits are not considered restraints unless they prevent someone from leaving when they attempt to. Moving on. Every resident has the right to communicate in confidence, receive visitors of his or her choice, and consult in private with any person without interference. Basically, it's just like home. Residents have the right to speak with people, visit with who they'd like privately. The resident can decide who they want to visit them, even if the resident has a substitute decision maker. Often, neither the appointed person or the facility staff can stop someone who wants to visit you unless there is an identified safety issue, such as the person's intoxicated or there's other safety issues in question. This leads to my next comment. If the visitor is considered a safety risk by staff or the substitute decision maker, visits can only take place at the home or on the secured grounds of the home. Residents do, though, have the right to speak with that person privately. If there is not enough privacy in his or her room, the resident can request that facility staff make arrangements in advance to accommodate the resident and their visitor, providing that the resident's given enough notice for the visit. Relating to privacy, no one is allowed to open the resident's mail. Additionally, a resident has the right to keep his or her mail private. However, in some behavioral plans or plan of cares, where residents believe that finances are being taken from them, to reduce distress, mail related to finances can be held by the home and given to the substitute decision maker. However, any personal mail would go directly to the resident. And again, that would only be if it was outlined in the plan of care. Every resident who is dying or who is very ill has the right to have family and friends present 24 hours a day. If the resident's health is critical and they want their family and friends close by, these individuals can stay with the resident for as long as he or she wishes. During COVID, there was a policy in place restricting visits to 2 people at a time, but to my knowledge, this restriction has since been lifted. However, it would probably be a small group at a time. So one of the issues I ran into during COVID was a caregiver called me because there were 3 children in the family, and of course they all wanted to be there at the same time. So I believe in this situation now, all 3 adult children will be able to go into the facility. Every resident has the right to designate a person to receive information concerning any transfer or hospitalization of the resident, and to have that person receive that information immediately. So the resident chooses who they wish to be contacted by the home in the event that their health status changes or they are transferred to another home or hospital. Raising concerns. Every resident has the right to raise concerns or recommend changes in policies and services on behalf of himself or herself or others to the following persons and organizations without interference, without fear of coercion, discrimination, reprisal, whether directed at the resident or anyone else. So you can raise concerns at the resident council, with the family council, with the licensee, management of the home, staff members, government officials, any other person inside or outside the long-term care home. Just as in the community, residents of long-term care homes have the right to speak freely, and they cannot be punished for speaking out or making complaints. They can discuss issues that concern them, suggest changes for improvement in the homes or to services offered. Punishing or retaliating against residents or caregivers for complaining is an important issue that is taken very seriously and must be reported immediately. Every resident has the right to form friendships and relationships and participate in life in long-term care homes. Residents can become friends with others and spend time with these individuals. Socializing is a really important part of the community, and in congregated living environments, it's certainly a community. The life of a resident is enriched through their participation in activities offered at the home, along with those who live there. At times, a resident might develop an intimate relationship with another resident. This might be difficult for caregivers to understand or accept. We offer supportive workshops at the Alzheimer Society of Toronto to address these concerns should you encounter them. And of course, you can always reach out to me. Now, when I'm reading that, I'm thinking of all of the participants that are not in Toronto, but our platform is called Alz Educate. I can put that in the chat maybe after, and you can go in and log on, and we have people watching our workshops all over the world. I think the farthest that I heard was Singapore, but anybody can access our workshops, and we provide free education webinars for caregivers to help them with different things that come up throughout the dementia journey. Every resident has the right to have his or her lifestyle choices respected. Every long-term care resident has, I think I mentioned that already, sorry. Oh, here I am. Residents can live the way they choose, providing that no one is being harmed or coerced. The staff and other residents in the home are expected to respect your preferences and your habits. Sorry about that. Every resident has the right to participate in the residence council. Every long-term care home must have a residence council, and every resident is invited to join. Only residents of the home can be members of the resident council. The law gives these councils powers over how they're run. Also, it's a great way for new residents to meet people and to have input on how their home is running. Residents have the right to be alone with their spouse or significant other. The long-term care home must have space where 2 consenting adults can have private, intimate relationship regardless of their marital status or their sexual orientation. Every resident has the right to share a room with another resident according to their mutual wishes. If appropriate, accommodation is available. Residents have the right to share a room with another resident who is a friend or someone you have developed a romantic relationship with while living in the home, as long as the two parties are in agreement and there's space within the home. Every resident can pursue activities that interest them inside or outside the long-term care home. Within reason, the long-term care homes are to make these activities and outings possible for residents who live there. This means that the home can have religious services in the home with a designated area dedicated to this practice. The staff at the home can reach out to organizations that the person is interested in and assist the residents to get ready on time to support them in attending these outings. Every resident has the right to be informed in writing of any law, rule, or policy affecting services provided to the resident and the procedures for initiating complaints. Residents must be advised in writing how to make a formal complaint about problems that occur in the home. In addition, if the home has rules that they expect residents to follow, these rules must be in writing. Some examples of these rules or policies might be an increase in accommodation fee or fees for extra services like the beauty parlor, policies relating to visiting hours, discharges, vacations, and the use of restraints. It all must be posted. All long-term care policies also must be consistent with the law. Every resident has the right to manage his or her own financial affairs unless the resident lacks legal capacity. Since 82 to 85% of residents residing in long-term care have some sort of cognitive impairment, meaning mild forgetfulness, all the way to end-stage Alzheimer's disease, quite often someone else is managing their money matters for the resident. In some cases, this will be the power of attorney for finance, or alternatively, the person's money will be managed by a person appointed by the Public Guardian and Trustee's office or by the Public Guardian and Trustee themselves. Every resident has the right to be given access to protected outdoor areas in order to enjoy outdoor activities unless the physical setting makes it impossible. If the home has a protected area, residents can go outside and enjoy fresh air and nice weather whenever possible. Also, residents who are capable and safe can come and go from the home as they wish. Often the resident will still have to sign out. Usually, residents will be asked to provide a phone number of where they're going and where they can be reached and estimate when they would most likely return to the home. It's so the home can contact you if something comes up, or know where you were last if you don't return to the home when you were expected to. Every resident has the right to have a friend, family member, or other person of importance to the resident attend any meeting with the licensee or the staff of the home. Special people to the resident can join care conferences and other meetings with staff. Having someone with the resident at these meetings helps them to take notes, reduces the resident's anxiety or the caregivers if they're acting as the substitute decision maker. Having someone else there helps the person recall everything discussed and supports the resident when they're confronted with very difficult conversations. Overall, it's nice for the resident or the caregiver to have a trusted person present when they do not feel at ease on their own. This also goes for caregivers who are making healthcare decisions for the resident. If you believe that your rights in the Bill of Rights are not being respected, here are your options. You can request a copy of the long-term care home's complaint process. Residents and the substitute decision maker have the right to get this in writing. A complaint can be made in writing or by speaking to the staff of the home. If a complaint is made in writing, the long-term care home is required to send it to the Ministry of Long-Term Care. Now, I always personally think it's good it always helps build relationships, collaborative relationships with staff. If you have a concern, that you take it to the staff first, and you give the staff the opportunity to address the issue. And now, if you're feeling that the staff are not responsive, that's when I would go and start looking at other alternatives. But often you might run into something that other staff members, department heads, believe that are occurring, and you reveal to them that they're not. Then it's an opportunity for learning for the staff and working collaboratively. And in many cases where I've found this, the department heads have been extremely grateful to caregivers for bringing this to their attention first, so they had an opportunity to fix the issue. Moving on. So another place you can call is me at the Caregiver Specialist Program, providing the person you're supporting does have cognitive impairment, as a person living with dementia, as well as responsive behaviors. My role is to help build capacity between caregivers who are supporting a resident living with dementia and the long-term care staff by addressing gaps that either side identifies in the plan of care. Another option is you can consult with the Office of the Patient Ombudsman or professional colleges that regulate the professionals involved in your situation. Again, a complaint might be made directly to the ministry if you do not want to take the issue to the home. If the home advises you that you must follow their complaint policy and cannot complain to the ministry, this is not accurate. You can take a complaint to the ministry even if you have already initiated the process with the home. For minor issues, it's always better to give the home a chance to resolve them before going to the ministry. This way, you are showing the home that you are willing to work collaboratively, what I just said, on coming up with a resolution. When making a complaint to the ministry, this can be in writing or over the phone. And finally, you can seek legal advice. I know some people do consult with Advocacy Centre for the Elderly or Legal Aid Ontario. So ACE is a popular one. All right, so this is where I found all of my information on residents' rights. I will make my presentation available to you should you wish to look at my slides. And I just want to thank everybody for coming today and having me. Thank you to Family Councils Ontario. And this is where you can find me should you ever want to reach out. So I'll leave that up for a minute just so you can have a chance to write down my email.
All right. Thank you so much, Laura, for a really informative presentation. We're getting lots of great comments on the networking and the chat. So we've got a few questions for you. So we've got some time for thoughts and ideas. So to kick it off, one person said that their family council has the Residents' Bill of Rights as a standing item for their meetings, a standing agenda item. And so at each meeting, they discuss at least one of the rights. So we think it's a really good idea. And so we're hoping other councils might think about that. But do you have any other suggestions for caregivers, for those who need to learn more about the Residents' Bill of Rights or and who may not have a family council to turn to? So where can people learn more about this important topic?
So are you asking for the resident or for the family council?
Either. And this is my cat, in case anyone was wondering. She just joined the conference. Either. So say residents and families looking to learn more.
Well, I always direct families to Family Councils Ontario. So here you are. Residents, I too would direct them to, the Ontario, it's escaping me at the moment. The Ontario Residents' Rights Councils, right? Of Ontario.
Ontario Association of Residents Councils?
Yes, thank you.
OARC.
I would always believe it or not, after not being able to place the name, refer residents to. I think my feeling in my role, so I work to really support the homes and the caregivers. So I have a really unique relationship with the home. I do see that they're trying, and I do see that they are keen to get feedback from caregivers. My suggestion always is, if you notice something that seems a little off and just not right, it's a good idea to take it to the staff person, even the department head of that issue. So whether it's a dietary complaint, the person complaint, or physiotherapy, you'll find that you should response from staff, and they're often pretty helpful in answering your questions.
Great. So there's a little bit of a technical glitch there. So if you couldn't hear, I think was reach out to FCO, reach out to OARC, ask the staff for more clarification. I'd say social workers are often folks within the homes who can help with some of that education as well, and to put people in touch with the resources that they need in order to learn more about residents' rights.
Many facilities don't have social workers, so in the event that there isn't, then you can always pursue the person who's the head for that particular.
Okay, we're just going to help Laura try to clear up her audio a little bit, but I'd say also, so another question coming in is, what about suggestions for residents who may have different degrees of cognitive wellness, different capacities and abilities? How can they be engaged in advocating for their rights and for engaging in residents' councils?
So that's a really good question, because I think we need to operate under the assumption that people's as a strengths-based assumption, right? Like, so having people participate as much as possible, and joining the council and being part of that environment, I think that's really helpful. I think I always tell my homes that I'm working with that caregivers are the expert historians on their person. And so I think also caregivers can help us in doing two things. And I was listening to the conversation earlier where we have an All About Me booklet at the Alzheimer Society of Toronto. I always recommend that caregivers fill out. And it's a very detailed explanation about the person. And I suggest that you keep a copy of it as a caregiver, but that one also lives in the medical chart. And it's for then every person who's working with the person you're supporting to see and to have that information. It contains their likes, their dislikes, their strengths, their weaknesses, what they did for a living. So my answer to your question in terms of helping them advocate is asking them, how are they feeling? And what do they think of the home? And it's okay to ask these tough questions, because we want to know what their experience is like and what they are remembering or what they are experiencing. And it's something for us to have a further conversation with in the event that they mention something noteworthy.
That's a really good point, is to really help to convey that information. Speaking of conveying information or sharing information, what about regarding substitute decision maker access to a resident's records, so medical records, the care plan chart, things like that? What is the right of a resident or their substitute decision maker to have access to that information, but also to actually have copies of it?
So when I have a family who is having difficulties in terms of feeling like there's things in the care plan that are not being looked at in the point of care notes delivered to the PSWs. So what happens? Everybody has an individualized plan of care. And then in that plan of care, there are point of care notes that will then go to the PSWs on their shift. And whether the PSW is a agency staff or whether they're temporary or casual, they're obligated to look at those notes per person. So when I have a family who is frustrated, who feels like things that should be in the care plan are not being done, or that are in the care plan that aren't being done, I recommend that the facility give them a copy. And then that really reduces anxiety, because then, there's no secret. Everybody helped develop it. You should have a plan of care meeting in 3 circumstances: when you first move into a home, annually, and whenever there's a significant change. And a significant change could be going to the hospital, or it could be a fall or something like that, or an incident involving another resident. Sorry, the CCRC is calling me to tell me there's people at the border waiting for the package. Anyway, so those would be times. So in my experience, homes are usually pretty forthright with giving the caregiver, who's the substitute decision maker, copy. They won't give it to every single family member. They'll give it to the one, and then it's up to that family member if they want to share it or if they want to just show it to the other family members. And that goes for residents also, who are able to make their own decisions. Now, some homes, when a person asks for a list of medications, for instance, that's a little bit more complicated. And so what I've found is that the charge nurse or the director of care will invite those families in to sit down and go over the list of medications and what they actually mean and what they're actually for. But again, that's a piece of information that people are able to get. They have to request it. Sometimes they have to put the request in writing that they would like the residents, a list of the residents' medication. Again, I think that's a great idea to get that prior to the care plan, and then after the care plan, to see what changes were made. That's what I recommend to my caregivers.
Okay. So there's another question, and it might be a bit of a trickier issue. What if there is a resident who is unable to give consent? Basically, or they have some form of dementia. What are their rights in terms of engaging in sexual activity, whether it's with a spouse or another person living in the home, another resident? So it's not a staff person, but one of their peers.
That's an excellent question. And wherever there's people, there's sex. Honestly, there's these questions. And it throws caregivers for a loop, and it throws facility staff for a loop. But residents, they move into facilities and they see somebody who reminds them of someone in their past or someone that's nice to them. And I think what we have to do is, so 2 separate questions. Let's break it down. So if it's a spouse coming in and wanting to have relations, I do know that we speak to the resident and ask them how they feel. Because you have to remember, although someone has memory impairment, they have long-term memory. And if this spouse was not particularly kind or nice to them, they don't automatically have to go. The resident has that choice, and the resident is able to make that decision. I do have situations where residents will go home with the partner and have relations there, and then return to the facility. I have other families that they just have some privacy in the room for a little bit. So, but again, I would recommend that staff always check in with the resident and write down what the resident says exactly, because you can tell if somebody feels good about being with someone or they don't. Now, with regards to resident to resident, again, I think that it's more complicated, of course, depending on whether there's families involved, spouses involved. One thing is that facilities do have to respect the resident's right. If the resident wants to sit with that person or be with that person, I think giving them social opportunities, social engagement opportunities to be around that person will sometimes prevent residents from sort of going off together because they're engaged. Maybe they're dining partners, maybe they're sitting together in bingo or the music program. So it's fulfilling that need, right? And so it's the companionship part of it is there. And like I said earlier, we have a presentation on intimacy and sexuality at the Alzheimer's Society of Toronto. I would encourage that caregivers who run into this issue either give me a call or they watch that presentation, and you can get some pretty helpful information there. But the short answer is we check with the resident, we check with the family about the history, and we want to make sure mostly that the resident is safe, right? And that they're comfortable.
And like to your point that, humans need, connection, friendship, and, most, not all will have, intimate relations or need for intimacy and connection, but we do have to ensure that there's consent and safety, and that even if, an older adult or resident, they don't stop being sexual beings if that was part of their life, but it is still about giving consent for that to ensure people are safe and supported and their well-being is maintained.
Yeah.
So we have a couple last minutes for questions before we wrap up. I want to get your take on this. So in our earlier session, we talked about this as well, but fear of reprisal seems to be a common theme. Folks may be hesitant to speak up because they're afraid that they as a resident or may suffer adverse effects or a withdrawal of care or what have you, or that caregivers may fear that for their person. What are some recommended alternative steps residents or family caregivers can take if they feel their voices aren't being heard by the home or they don't feel that it's safe to do so? So you outlined the steps earlier. Is there a particular one that you found is most helpful for folks who are afraid of reprisal?
Well, so it's funny. I come at this question several ways. First, did my audio clear up, or is
yes,
it?
You're much better now.
Okay, just wanted to check. I just saw that last message. So in terms of reprisal and retaliation, so no one can ever guarantee that it's not going to happen. However, what I have personally noticed is that by and large, the homes want to do well. They want to do well by the residents. Many of these people have dedicated the past 2 years of their life, despite having family members of their own, going in there in the thick of it to serve the residents that we have in long-term care. So I think, in my opinion, that, and it's funny because I work with caregivers under this same question. So I get calls about a lot of different things throughout the city and in the Central Lynn also. But I always say to family members, I can't do anything unless you give me permission to act. And so I really leave that with them because I can't make those promises in terms of retaliation, or will they not answer the call late, or will they be mean all of a sudden? But at the same time, we can't fix anything if we don't say anything. And so there's your cat. And so I always encourage, at least mention it in the home. If it's a small thing, if it's a big thing, then maybe you want to go outside the home. I do consults. I can talk to you about what your options are, what suggestions are to say, and we can go about it that way. But ultimately, and it's funny, so in the long-term care ombudsman program that I used to work at, the resident had to give us permission to act. And again, that was a conversation I had daily with them, because they were nervous and sometimes they just wanted to let you know what was happening, but they didn't really want to do anything about it. So and what was neat about that job is I was able to identify themes in the homes. And so if it was sort of a group thing, then I could take it. But with this current role that I'm in, it's very spread out. And so if I talk to the caregiver about things that they're seeing, and I encourage them to bring it to me, so I can even talk to the home about, what are you doing about this? How are you supporting that? So I don't know if that answers the question directly, but it's a couple of ideas if you're stuck on something. I do find, though, that right now we're in an environment where homes would rather hear from the caregiver than have you call outside services to come in to look into things. And I feel like homes really want to build that collaborative relationship with caregivers.
Well, that is good to hear, and I certainly that is definitely my deep hope that all homes have that desire to do good and to do with the families and residents they work with. So thank you. So we're out of time. There's probably more questions, but I think the couple I've seen pop up can really be responded to with, reach out for support. People like Laura are a valuable resource for caregivers out in the community. The importance of getting consent and permission from folks to, so you're not stepping on their toes and you're not speaking over them. So helping them to find their voice and to provide space and support for them to speak and be heard. So thank you so much, Laura, for your really informative talk. We've already had requests for, post the video, help us, learn more about it. So it's been a big hit. So thank you so much. And just for spending your time with us and all the work that you do out in the community.
Oh, my pleasure. And I hope everybody got my email. And if you have questions that we didn't get to today, I'd invite you to send me a note.
And we'll make sure it's in follow-up information so that people can get a hold of you.
Terrific. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
Bye. You too.
All right, folks. We are going to be transitioning to the next part of our agenda, which is a really exciting piece for us. As Dinesh is queuing up this piece, I'm going to introduce. It's from our Diversity, Inclusion, and Equitable Representation Advisory Committee, or DIERAC. This is an important part of our equity initiatives, and it's being led by my colleagues, Tiffany Fearon and Kathleen Edwards.
Hello, everyone.
And so what is this? So this committee is comprised of family council members, long-term care home staff, and community members who bring their lived experiences coming from equity deserving groups to provide us with input to help improve our services, our resources, and what we make available to councils. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to the lovely folks from the FCO DIERAC.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Creating Safe Spaces for Council Meetings Through Equity. My name is Kathleen Edwards, and my pronouns are she and her, and I am the Education Manager for Family Councils Ontario, as well as a member of the DIERAC. I'd like to introduce you to the Family Council Ontario Diversity, Inclusion, and Equitable Representation Committee, also referred to as DIERAC. So Tiffany Fearon is our chair for this committee, and I will let our committee members who are present here and presenting with me introduce themselves. So we'll start with Adam.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the session. My name's Adam Peer. I'm a family caregiver for my mom who was living in long-term care. And so I'm going to be speaking about my experiences with family council and my mom's experiences. And my mom recently passed away.
My name is Donald Carty, and my mother is in long-term care, and I'm also chairman of the family council at the home in which my mother lives. I'm a very big advocate for seniors, and very much looking forward to continued service with the DIERAC.
My name is Mark. I'm a member of the Pioneer Manor Family Council. I became a member because my grandmother was a resident for 6 months, and then I chose to stay on because I feel as an advocate with lived experience with disability, and also being a member of the LGBTQ plus community and having lived experience, unfortunately, in the criminal justice system, but reformed. I feel I have a lot to offer through my life experience, and I want to make things better for other people. I want family councils to be in supportive living homes, group homes, not just nursing homes. And I appreciate all the work that they've done, and I appreciate the committee here at DIERAC.
Now that you've met our committee, the goals for today. So specifically this presentation, we're going to speak about how can family council conversations about creating safe spaces and equity. Council members should understand tied to diversity, inclusion, and equitable representation. And then strategies and resources that you and your council can use as you begin your journey and your work. And we do want to emphasize that equity and this process is a process. It's a journey. Everyone's going to be at a different point. So please be patient, please be kind, and please be open to learning. One of the important questions I do want to ask your community members, and they spoke to a little bit, is about how does your lived experience inform your perspective?
So I think, family council is a really interesting opportunity for family members to get involved and to talk about, I guess, their own experiences in terms of, their loved one who's living in long-term care, whoever that family member is. But it's also an opportunity to find like a community of support from the other family council members. And I think it's important because everybody, brings different experiences to family council, that all the contributions that people that they make, those are really important to value all of those. I also think it's an opportunity for us to sort of create a space that's safe, that's welcoming, where people feel that they can share without being judged, that they can participate, to share about themselves, to share about their loved ones, but also to be part of discussions and makes suggestions or ideas or changes that can be made within the home.
Well, it's everything. As long as I'm living, using that lens through the family councils and taking my lived experience from that particular area and I'm laser focused, then that perspective now only embraces all of those things. So in this case, it would embrace the home within which my mom works, the staffing, the observations of everything now are being seen through that lens of the family council. The suffering, the pain, the loneliness and things that I see as an observation all inform that as well. So it gives me an overall perspective, not just of the leadership that's happening within the home, but all the way right down to the people that are doing the laundry, cleaning the floors, serving lunch. So I'm very well observed in those things, and how, in the final analysis, how that all affects my mother.
Absolutely. And Mark, I know you spoke a little bit in your introduction about some of the aspects of your identity. So how does your lived experience inform your perspective with the work that you're doing with family councils?
My lived experience, actually, it's what kept me from understanding my disability for a long time. I have cerebral palsy, scoliosis, anxiety, depression, and I also have a global developmental delay, which broad terms basically means I learn differently. I have ADD. I didn't understand. I just knew I was disabled and it shouldn't stop me from doing what I need to do. And I fought it for a long time, and I was scared, as I've seen friends unfortunately die alone in nursing homes with bed sores, and it scared the crap out of me. And then when my grandfather got sick, and then my grandfather passed away shortly after that, and then my grandmother went downhill. It was during the lockdown, but it was also during the lockdown that I basically began to understand through Black Lives Matter about ableism and everything else like that. And I didn't feel crazy anymore. I finally found the words to understand. I found peer support. And that's why I want to continue to do this work, because I want to help others and hopefully make things better for when my mother goes into a nursing home, and try to push the independent living model.
So as you've heard, there's things about us that when we come to a meeting, we bring in with us that you may see or you may not see, that may inform a little bit about how we feel in this space in our meetings. And the next question kind of adds to that. So why is it important for family councils to start to talk about diversity, inclusion, and equity? So Donald, I'll start with you.
Well, I think because we're dealing with it, with the family councils, everybody that's within that unit, whether it be the family, the caregivers, or our residents that are in the long-term care, diversity is important. So people come from different backgrounds, different cultures, different ethnicity, different intersectionalities. All of these things combine to make it incredibly diverse. And if we understand that it's that diverse, then that also gives us an opportunity to explore other ways of engaging each other. And as far as inclusion and equity, inclusion is important because that's a very big part of belonging. And let's face it, we all know what it's like to feel when we belong, and we all know what it feels like to not belong. So being included is not the only thing, but inclusion is one of the focuses that brings us more closely to that belonging area. And equity gives us an opportunity to understand why, for instance, one resident may require only 10 minutes of care and another may require an hour, because it's important to understand that each one of them comes with a different intersections in their chronic ailments and their functionality. So it's important to understand these things. So it helps us to not look at this as well, why are they spending more time there and they're not spending enough time with my mom? If we understand it from an equity position, then we don't get angered and we don't lose our patience over it.
And Adam, why is it important for family councils to start to have these conversations?
Yeah, I just want to build a little bit on what Donald said. I think what can happen, so if a family council isn't sort of talking about diversity, inclusion, and equity, what can happen is some groupthink, that when a problem's presented, people only look at one side of a possible solution. And so when we engage in these discussions about diversity, inclusion, and equity, it means that we're going to have a whole range of different ideas, solutions, brainstormings, opinions, and it's important to value all of those, but to kind of take a look at the issue from a whole bunch of different perspectives. Because, you know, one of the great things about family councils is they really are stronger as a collective. As individual caregivers, when we go into the home and we talk to staff and things, there's a lot more clout, I think, when it comes from a united family council. Not to say that staff don't, believe what individual family members are saying. I think also, in terms of this, is that, it goes back to that whole thing about developing relationships. And relationships are important for family councils, especially when we're talking about, diversity, inclusion, and equity.
when it comes to having these conversations, it really is about that education. It's about really thinking about and making you question the language that you're using when you're speaking with the other members of your council, when you're speaking with the staff and residents in your home. And, how are they responding to it? And it's not saying that you're meant to police others for what they're saying and what they're doing, because let's be honest, it's very challenging to control what other people say, do, think, or behave. You can't really control that, but you can control how you respond and what you do. And I think that's something that's really important. It's more about that individual accountability and that self-reflexivity and reflection, even recognizing that we're not perfect. So it's okay to make mistakes, but it's to try and catch yourself. You can control what you can do and how you respond to things, and really thinking about how that influences the space where you're meeting, where you're interacting with other family members. So for part of this presentation, we thought to have conversations about diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's important for us to have a common understanding. So we're going to go over some key terms. The first is diversity. Diversity can be defined as a wide range of characteristics, physical and social, within an individual council member, council, or long-term care home community, including their ethnicity, race, gender, sexual orientation, ancestry, age, socioeconomic status, gender identity, gender expression, physical abilities, political beliefs, religion, and other ideologies. Understanding and respecting differences among council members is important to promote a welcoming and supportive environment. So it involves the recognition and respect for everyone's unique qualities and characteristics. Inclusion. So inclusion is the creation of an environment where everyone feels welcome and respected. And it's creating conditions in which everyone has the opportunity to fully participate and their talents are valued and celebrated. So inclusion means ensuring that all individuals, regardless of their abilities, disabilities, or healthcare needs, are respected as valuable members of the council and of your long-term care home community. It means that councils engage with all members of the council in the decision-making process and any activity related to the family council. To be fully inclusive, it is important to empower council members by removing any barriers that exist to their participation. An inclusive group, by definition, is diverse, but a diverse group is not always inclusive. Inclusion involves active participation, intentional behaviors, and openness to differences. Discrimination. So discrimination is the unjust treatment of a group or individual within a group. This treatment is based on negative attitudes, values, or beliefs that have the potential to lead to harmful actions or behaviors. Actions or behaviors of those individuals are based on prejudiced attitudes or prejudgmental attitudes or attitudes they have even before they begin interacting with that person or in that situation. Discrimination occurs when prejudiced thoughts are put into actions that limit the freedoms and activities of others. Prejudice. It's a preconceived judgment or opinion towards a particular person or group different than your own that is formed without judgment or just grounds or actual experience. It's shaped by our feelings of superiority, hatred, or fear towards a specific person or group of individuals. Racism is defined as actions, practices, or ideas that establish, maintain, or perpetuate racial dominance or superiority of one group over another because of their color or ethnicity. Sexism is discrimination or prejudice or stereotyping based on a person's sex or gender. Ageism is discrimination or prejudice or stereotyping based on a person's age. Assumptions can be made about both older and younger people. Ableism is discrimination, prejudice, or stereotyping based on a person's disability, a belief that sees people with disabilities as being less worthy of respect, less able to contribute and participate, or of less value than others. So social location reflects several intersecting experiences related to race, religion, age, sexual orientation, social class, and so on. It's crucial that you never assume anything about someone else's location. Instead, you should take the time to try and understand another person's experiences and what it has been like for them. Intersectionality. So this is where we come to understand that people are very complex. So it's the ways in which we look at how social categories are interconnected. So things like class, race, age, gender, and religion can all shape the lens that someone brings to a conversation that we're having. Intersectionality helps us recognize how our own statuses intersect with social rules and how structures influence advantage and disadvantage. Intergenerational trauma. It's usually seen within a family where the parents or grandparents have experienced some form of trauma. And with each generation, the family continuing to experience trauma in some shape or form moving forward. So that trauma is then passed down from one generation to another. Internalized racism describes the private racial belief held by and within a person. It's the way that we absorb social messages about race and adopt them as personal beliefs, biases, and prejudices, all within the realm of internalized racism. For people of color, internalized oppression can involve believing in negative messages about oneself or about your group. For white people, internalized privilege can involve feeling a sense of superiority, entitlement, or holding negative beliefs about people of color. Interpersonal racism is how our private beliefs about race become public when we interact with others. When we act upon our own prejudices or unconscious biases, whether intentionally, visibly, verbally, or not, we engage in interpersonal racism. Interpersonal racism can also be willful and overt, taking the form of bigotry, hate speech, or racial violence. Equity is defined as the state, quality, or ideal of being just, impartial, and fair. The concept of equity is synonymous with fairness and justice. It's helpful to think of equity as not simply a desired state of affairs or of a lofty value. To be achieved and sustained, equity needs to be thought of as a structural and systemic concept. Equity means providing every person with fair and equal treatment, while at the same time striving to identify and eliminate barriers that prevent full participation. Improving equity requires increasing justice and fairness within the policies, procedures, practices, and distribution of resources within an institution or system. Equity itself is a process, and it involves the creation of opportunities and the reduction of differences and opportunities. Acknowledging these differences are rooted in historical and social injustices. There are many forms of equity that exist, including pay equity, racial equity, health equity. Those are all examples of where you might have heard the term equity before. I'm also going to highlight the term systematic equity. Systematic equity is a complex combination of interrelated elements consciously designed to create, support, and sustain social justice. It's a robust system and a dynamic process that reinforces and replicates equitable ideas, power, resources, strategies, conditions, habits, and outcomes.
Equity is leveling the playing field. As you can see from the diagram, you see that one of them is standing, the smaller fella is standing on 2 blocks, and one on 1 block and one on 0, whereas equality, everybody stands on the same block. But the view in the equity position gives everybody the same view without any blockage.
Mm-hmm. So it's really just in the one equality, everyone has the exact same amount of resources. So in the sense, it's the same block of the same height for everyone, but it doesn't work. But with the equity image, you kind of see that they've taken the resources and they've reallocated it. Some don't need any support at all, and they're fine, but someone needs a little bit more support. And so equity is really taking those resources and allowing everyone to have what they need in that situation. I like this example. I come from the adaptive physical activity world. So equality is everyone's given the exact same equipment to participate in activity. Doesn't mean that it's going to be meaningful or possible for them to do it. But equity is really looking at their needs, and it's matching their needs with the resource you're providing so they can participate in a way that's meaningful for them. Another good example, Luciana and I had a conversation about dining. What would it look like in long-term care? Equality, right, is where everyone is served the same meal. They get it the same texture, they get the same utensils, But it doesn't work for everyone, because we know that in long-term care, some people require modified meals. So they get a meal that's served to them at the appropriate texture. Equity means that they have the appropriate assistive technology and tools to support them, or the appropriate amount of time or support for feeding. So they're in the dining room, they're eating, but they have the resources that helps them to participate in the activity in a meaningful way to them. Inclusion, equity, and diversity. And ideally, you want them to find some type of balance, because when inclusion, equity, and diversity overlap, it's how you engage your full potential for everyone who's involved, where innovation thrives and where diverse perspectives are valued and incorporated into life. And really the overlap of inclusion, equity, and diversity is what helps to create that sense of belonging that Donald was speaking about. So given all of these terms, what is it that councils can do to create safe spaces during meetings? So it's really important to create opportunities for dialogue between members, to promote opportunities for sharing stories. So again, you don't understand that person's history they're bringing into that space. So letting people share those stories, getting to know the other members of your council, and understanding what perspectives they're bringing with them into the discussion that you're having. Creating that sense of belonging through support. So again, one of those goals of councils can be peer support. So letting people know that you're hearing them, that you're acknowledging what they're experiencing and supporting them through that. Creating that emotional connection. So again, forgetting about what else is going on in your lives and really just connecting as humans, listening, showing them empathy, and having ground rules or working assumptions to help guide those conversations. So again, things like a terms of reference and code of conduct can again help create that safe space during meetings where people can have questions, where people can have conversations. What else can people do in meetings, Donald, to create safe spaces?
Well, I think probably one of the most important things is that the space is engaging. When I create the space, when I have the meetings, I always have handouts. I pay attention to a lot of the little things. I try to do a little sort of everybody gets an opportunity to just share a little bit as we go around the table at the very beginning, just so that we can kind of engage each other. Because the idea here is we're going to be talking about diversity, inclusion, and equity, but those three elements are really all about the head. But if people feel they belong, our conversation now is going to be coming from the heart. And that's where it really needs to come from, because that's the most important part of engagement with us as human beings, is feeling that we belong. And a belonging is automatically a safety net, because diversity, inclusion, and equity are very difficult conversations to have, because everybody has a different perspective. As we talked about earlier, we look at things through the most predominant lens. So the idea here is to be able to share that lens, switch our glasses from one shade to another as we begin to engage each other. And that all happens at the very beginning of the space. Sometimes I'll use a film short, and Family Councils of Ontario have all sorts of videos and resources that can be used to really have a warm opening to your meeting. And then we get into the guts of it, which is sharing from the heart. And then that shifts the whole conversation now into a direction that at the end, everybody is, maybe not right now, but once this COVID lifts, we'll be all hugging each other again.
And Adam, I know you have that background in an educator as well. So what can councils do to create that safe space in meetings?
I think both you and Donald have mentioned a lot of things. I'm gonna, excuse me, gonna zero in on the ground rules or the working assumptions. You know, it's important when people come to a family council meeting that, they introduce themselves, they, get to know the other people, because sometimes it isn't always the same people. There's maybe some new people or people who weren't at the last meeting, that kind of thing. But the other piece, as Donald said, is to not only introduce yourselves, but to get people to maybe talk about something in relation to a family member, which sort of, I want to go back to the whole idea about, creating the safe space, is that you want people to, if you're using ground rules or working assumptions, that what people share in the space is confidential, like it stays in the space, especially when family members talk about something that's happened to their loved one. And I think that helps build the trust of the group, but also things like, listening, letting people have their opportunity to speak, not cutting them off, reassuring them, because I think a lot of times when people are sharing stories, a lot of other people in the group will relate to those stories. Maybe it's not the exact same thing word for word in terms of their own personal experience, but they can relate to that sort of what's happening there. And I think the other thing, as Donald said, the topic, when we're talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, it can become heated because of people's lived experiences or where they are sort of on their own journey, or if it's a continuum of your own learning and growth, is that it's really important to challenge ideas, not the individual or the speaker, because at the end of the day, we still all have to work together. And so I think the other thing that in terms of all about this, I guess, is the whole idea about intent and impact, is that someone may have the best intentions, but how that comes across on someone, the impact can be a completely different sort of thing. And I think that's important to have that kind of conversation in a family council if we're talking about diversity, equity, inclusion. It's important for other family members, although they may not be going through that experience, they may not have been subjected, let's say, to racism, and so they may not be able to, I'm trying to think of the right word. It's important for people to be able to empathize with what other people are saying. I think that's really important.
Absolutely. And it's also good to think about not just how you're having the conversations, but the physical environment where you're having the conversation as well. So how things are arranged. So if you have a more formal structure to your council and you have it arranged in rows, that may not be the easiest environment and setup to have a conversation. I really like when I would be having conversations and wanting people to engage in interactions, is making people form a circle, right? Where we're all equal. We can make eye contact. You're removing that table barrier from you. You think about how you feel when you're in a boardroom, or you think about how you might feel if you've gone into a courtroom, or how you might feel if you've gone into a formal meeting room or council chambers. And it can be quite intimidating. And so, just thinking about the layout of the space, having something to eat or drink, right? To, kind of break that ice, doing an icebreaker, as they mentioned, getting to know others, it can really help to alleviate the tensions. So thinking about what questions to ask and how to ask the questions you have, this is some food for thought that we really want you to take away. So once you think about, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and having conversations about equity, thinking about what questions you might have to ask yourself, or how to ask the questions that you have about equity in your meetings. Really think about, how are you going to? What are those questions? What is your plan? And then what can you do to ensure council members aren't othered by the questions or the answers that they give to the questions? So I think that's really being conscious of not just your verbal response, but also your nonverbal response, your body language. Are you shutting them down? Are you letting them feel heard? Are you acknowledging them? I'll open this up to anyone else who wants to speak to it, but Mark's got his hand up. Yeah, what can you do to ensure other members aren't othered by,
stop using words like or whitewashing excuses or whatever you want to call it, like, well, that's just the way it is.
Absolutely. So
I flippin' hate that. It's like, okay, well, the way it is sucks, so how do we fix it? And don't I've seen this both with my grandma and myself. There's been times when people will, if you're disabled, granted, if you're in a wheelchair, they lean down to you. I get that. I respect that. But when they lean down to you and they go, well, how are you doing today, sweetie? Like there's some little invalid child, like, why wasn't it, hi, Marilyn, how are you doing today? Or, hey, Mark, how's it going? Or even when I would go to visit my grandmother at her nursing home, during the pandemic, when we were allowed to go visit occasionally, there was times where I would go into her room in my I use my wheelchair all the time. So I would go into a room and I had a staff yell at me, sir, that's not your room. No, it's my grandmother's room. How you doing? Or like, there was a time when I went to leave my grandmother's house, home, and they had codes to leave the building. And I understand why the codes are there, but the panels were where I could reach them. So I asked a couple if they could help me enter it, and they went, "Are you allowed to leave?" I hope so.
Yeah, I think it is right. Like, I think it's just being aware of, the assumptions that you have when you're interacting with someone in this space. And in your case, I feel really bad, Mark, that they thought you were a resident and they were responding the way they would to other residents. But again, I think it speaks to a lot of what I've heard everyone speak to, connecting with people as people.
I think, first of all, we have to have a very good listener as a chairman or a moderator in that case. And when the question comes to us, is important. Sometimes you can't stare people right in the eyes or the face. Some cultures don't like that, so you can kind of look off a little bit, but make sure you're giving them their full attention. The other thing is sincerity, and sincerity can be read in your face. If you're really listening, really listening where you're hearing what that person is saying, so that you can try to look at how your answer is going to be framed through their perspective. And we've already talked about perspective, as opposed to our own perspective, and maybe share one of our own stories that might help to reflect on that. Because the answers to their question is going to determine whether or not they feel slighted, whether or not they feel that they can be open. Because let's face it, isn't that what this is all about? This is so that we can engage one another in those tough areas, because we're talking about loved ones that are in a situation where this may be their last stop. So it's important that we have that compassion that shows and rises to the surface. And if we're in a situation where we don't feel comfortable answering the question because it may be coming from a perspective that we simply can't understand, then you're better to just pass it.
Absolutely. So it's important to know that we've thrown a lot at you today, and there are some resources that do exist that can help councils and members. So the first I'm going to point you to is the Ontario Centres for Learning, Research and Innovation. They have an Embracing Diversity Toolkit. It's more geared to homes and staff, but it might be a good starting point for councils to kind of guide what they're doing. The other option is the Diversity and Inclusion Calendar. A simple way to, think about equity is just looking at, when you want to acknowledge certain important holidays or events or days of importance. They've got that calendar made, so that way you can go and at the start of your meeting, when you want to acknowledge something, it's something you can incorporate into the opening of your council meetings to help people feel welcomed and seen and heard. Another option is to engage in a Google search of keyword.
Ontario CLRI, one of the reasons why I like the resource is it's embedded within the context of long-term care. And the diversity and inclusion calendar that you talked about, especially if somebody doesn't know about a specific day or month, you can click on the icon and then it gives you a little blur, but then it says more information. You click on there, it takes you to a website. And so I think it just has that sort of backup, especially if it's something you don't know anything about. And I think the other piece is then that's a great resource for family council members to take a look at, because you can look at it at your own time, and it's very extensive. And the other thing I was going to mention is they have a lot of resources on a lot of different equity topics. And I know, Kathleen, recently you had mentioned about the poster series. And I was just looking at that actually last week and thinking that's a great resource to use at a family council meeting, because they're like little scenarios of things that have happened in long-term care. Something that happened that a recreation therapist said to a resident, something that, a resident made it's a microaggression of a staff member, the comments they made to him. And it's a great way for family councils to get into the discussion, because then people can't say, like these are things that happen over there. No, these are things that happen in long-term care homes. And so then you can have the discussion. And in some ways, especially if you have a family council where people are really uncomfortable with the topic, then these aren't, specific things that somebody brings up. These are in some ways generic, but we know that a lot of, when you read through them, a lot of them have happened in long-term care homes. And there's 14 posters, so they've really tried to cover a whole bunch of, isms. It's well done, and they've got a whole, they've got a lot of stuff on their website. And the other thing is, most of it is free.
So one thing I will mention, Family Council Ontario has some amazing placement students that you'll meet as part of this conference who are creating some resources that can also support you through your journey, some blogs, as well as some workbooks just for you to read and be a little bit more informed about some of the key terms that we've introduced to you today. So the last thing I'd like to do before we wrap up this session is ask our panelists if they have any closing thoughts that you have for councils as they begin this work.
What I have to say is this is very important work, and the family council's presence in the home is also very important work because it gives us a direct connection with one another and what's happening with our loved ones within the facility, where we can talk about certain ways of handling this and organizing ourselves in such a way that we can do things to improve the quality of life of our loved ones within the context of that long-term care home. But because we're coming from a different place, we're not coming from a clinical area, we're not coming from a PSW or a nursing area, we're coming from a loved one area, we bring a whole very, very, very important perspective into the home. And the bigger that we get, the more informed we are toward one another. We wear badges when we're in the home that says, ask me about family council. And the reason for that is so that everybody feels that if something doesn't seem to be going, or they don't know who to contact on the floor, or who they should talk about a certain thing that's happening with their loved one, we can help them out right there and then and reduce this anxiety, which we're already experiencing as we're going in to see our loved ones, because sometimes we don't know what to expect. So this work is so very important. It's, for me, it's been like therapy. And to see how it affects others, it also gives us an opportunity to learn and grow with one another. We make great friendships. We engage with one another.
I agree with the therapy.
Hopefully, this will also bring us to that next level where the staffing and all that will start to rely on us more and more and more to make this valuable contribution. Because let's face it, who knows our loved one more? Who knows our loved one better than us? We need to make sure that that's embedded in long-term care. And thank you very much for joining us, and good luck on this journey with the Family Council.
The minute Donald said it's therapy, we all know that this might be a phase of our lives to be there for a relative of ours or a close friend. And if you don't know that yet, trust me, it's gonna happen. And there's nothing wrong with that. And that's another thing is I almost feel like when my grandparents, I'll never forget when my grandma said, "Did you hear what they said? I have to go to a nursing home." She looked so like it was the final chapter. And if there's one thing this November 11th has taught us and COVID has taught us, or at least I hope taught us, is that life is precious. Life can happen in an instant, can be taken away in an instant. And it just means the world to me that I've found this advocacy. We need to keep doing this work. And even though I don't know Donald or my committee members personally, It's something I look forward to every 2 weeks. And it's something I do for my grandmother and myself. And we are all going to be there one day. And we have to be radical because we are going into the 21st century. And I'm tired of seeing the same old things being repeated. And I'm sorry to get emotional, but it just means a lot to me.
No, Mark, I truly appreciate that you're sharing that. This is emotional work, and it's going to be hard and it's going to be uncomfortable. But as Donald and Mark said, it is also therapeutic to have these conversations because, again, people have so much that they bring with them to our meetings and to this work. And it's okay to have conversations. And I think that I'm excited about this presentation and the work that we're doing with this committee to try and support councils as we start this work, knowing that it is hard. So thank you so much to the members of the DIERAC for helping to create this presentation. They helped to provide feedback on the slides that you're seeing and on the content, and they've helped to facilitate this session with me, and they meet with us, and they are just amazing volunteers for Family Councils Ontario. So please stay tuned for more work and resources to come in the years to come.
Yeah, Mark, I just wanted to thank you so very much for sharing the depth of your heart. I feel the same way. I feel you, brother. I really do. And thank you so much for that, Mark.
And thank you.
Donald. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much for attending this session. Please feel free to reach out to myself, Kathleen Edwards, or Tiffany Fearon at Family Councils if you have additional questions about the resources discussed in this presentation or any of the topics discussed by the members of this committee. I wish you all the best moving forwards on your journey and having conversations about equity within your own family councils.
Wow, that was quite incredible. My camera's doing weird things, so I'm just gonna turn it off and then turn it back on again. But in the meantime, it's not much better. But Kathleen, that was beautiful, and just so heartfelt. And so I just want to thank you for helping to pull that together, for leading it, and it's lovely to be able to use our privilege as people with varying degrees of it, but also as an organization that has a role to play in the sector and really advancing this work. So thank you so much. And to Mark and Adam and Donald for sharing their stories, for Luciana, who I'm sure behind the scenes as another member provided her support. I think what really jumped out at me before we go to discussion is learning and growing together. I think it was Donald or Adam who said that. And that really, I think, is what these couple of days or 3 days is really all about. We're talking about equity, about finding your voice, and learning and growing together to do it. So, what? I just throw it over to you. We have a few questions, but what was it like to be able to spearhead that video?
So the emotional connection that you heard within that presentation, it was something that we hadn't planned. It was something that was genuinely in the moment. And I do think that when it comes to exploring equity and doing this work and knowing as councils what you've gone through, supporting a loved one and bringing your own experiences and all the other aspects of your lives that you bring to the work that you do, it was really moving to experience that. And I struggled when I was creating the presentation. It's like, do I keep that in? Do I remove it? What do I do? I opted to keep it in just because I think that it really does kind of get at the heart of, for this committee, they truly support one another. They understand one another. They don't judge one another. They really do kind of set the example of what it is to work in an equitable environment where they've come to this understanding, or they haven't met in person yet. They don't know each other personally, just through our meetings and maybe some, emails that they exchange about resources outside of our work. But it really does show how a group of people who don't know one another need to have conversations, get to know one another, feel heard and understood by others, and really just taking that time to acknowledge what they're sharing, that they're a human and that you're listening, and to feel like they're being heard. I think that presentation really speaks to the power of seeing people and hearing people and allowing them to have a space to speak. And I think that is a key role that family councils can play moving forward.
Absolutely. I think your point about providing space to share stories, I think that's something that we've heard since we started last night, with music from Indigenous artists talking, that is a form of oral storytelling, of recording history and experiences through song. What we heard from Dr. Flanagan and her research, her qualitative research, and really elevating stories and looking at, I think, really starting to flip the script a little bit on what knowledge do we value, and that reports, quantitative, that's important, but we have to pair it with stories like Adam's and Donald's and Mark's to show what the impact is on people in the long-term care sector. So I think, so I hadn't seen the video before now. I wanted it to be a surprise. And I'm not the emotional one on the staff team. I'm the more logical one. And that really pulls at the heartstring. And that's the point, is that we need to have those stories. I just want to really thank you for that. I think it's a gift to us all.
And I want to thank the members of the committee for sharing that. And to hear them speak, I know many of them do work outside of the work they do for family councils, where they have shared their stories in a little bit more detail about what it was like to support a loved one through COVID-19 and about the story behind their loved one's experience. So not just about like why it might have been challenging for them to experience what they experienced, but also looking at the history of, racism or sexism or whatever else they've experienced in their life that might have added to that experience and the lens that they're bringing. So again, I know it can be overwhelming, and there's a lot of technical terminology in there. The slides are provided as a resource for you below. And again, the video, we recorded it so you can watch it again. You can share it with your councils. You can have discussions, and please reach out to the team and to the committee. We're happy to support you and your councils as you start to have conversations. And we're happy to, share the resources that we are going to be creating as we continue with our own work as a committee.
I know I've reached out to the committee for advice. So that's, I know they're there for that. Few questions before we go into, we're a little over time, but this is really important work, and it's work that I love. So one of the DIERAC members expressed his frustrations with the ways that people might interact with BIPOC folks or those living with varying physical and cognitive abilities. What can long-term care communities do so that the folks are more mindful of how they engage? Just what are some tips that the committee members have come up with?
That's a tough thing because they're not here to answer that. I feel bad speaking on their behalf. So one thing I can say, so thinking about, your personal values, and for me, when I was a frontline employee working, and it was my first job out of, university, I would just think about how I would want to be treated and spoken to and put myself in the shoes of the family member or of the staff or of the resident and really use that to inform my perspective. I did mention the Ontario Centres for Learning, Research and Innovation, and they are a great resource. They have a ton of, information and training available that's for free for anyone tied to the long-term care sector. So Adam spoke about the posters, so the what would you do? And those are specific scenarios tied to long-term care. So I'd say that would be a good resource to explore and see. It gives you scenarios and what would you do? So then you as, a family member can, explore about what you do in those situations and feel a bit more prepared if you encounter them. Or as a council, you could work through that. Maybe you could even come up with what would those scenarios look like in your home? Because again, the CLRI understands here's something for the long-term care sector, but the individual aspect of each home's its own like little culture in itself, right? Its own community. So it works for one home, it's not going to work for another home because your homes are so unique. You have different staff, you have different residents, you have, different families, and, you're in a different community or area of a community potentially. Even the city of Toronto, I wouldn't say there's two homes that are similar because Toronto is just so diverse. So really just thinking about looking at those resources and thinking about how could it adapt and how could you make it work to suit your specific council. One other program I will highlight is person-centered language. I know that the Ontario Centres for Learning Research Innovation and Behavioral Supports Ontario have a module on person-centered language. That is a good first step. It's really trying to take the medical approach out of what we're doing in our conversations and really just thinking about the power of the language you're using. And please understand that language is evolving. So this poster is great now, but 5 years from now, we might even opt to use different terms. So it's just more or less being mindful, being aware, again, not policing others. So I really say, you can't control what other people are going to say in a situation, but you can control your own thoughts, behaviors, and actions and what you say. So really thinking about you as a council member in that scenario, what can you do to make someone feel comfortable, heard, acknowledged, and understood?
Fantastic. So one last question, and leads, jumps. Couldn't put it better with what you just said. How can family councils who really want to recruit and engage members from diverse communities, what can they do to reach out in, respectful, inclusive, and dignified ways?
Well, you can talk to them, ask them what they want, what they need. I think that's the big thing. We can think about assumptions that we have about those communities, but really it's just come from a genuine place of saying, I really want to understand your needs. I really want to know what would make you want to join my council? What prevents you? How could I make it so you feel a little bit more comfortable or welcome? Just ask them. I think that's a good starting place. Don't really make any assumptions, because that's where our biases and our prejudice and our stereotypes kind of come in. So where I would say is just ask. So just go ahead and ask them. Think about the way that you're asking it. So don't be too direct, but just say, I've noticed, don't even talk about the specific aspects about them. Just say, I've noticed you haven't come to council meetings. Can you tell me a little bit about what makes you, makes it a challenge, or why you haven't thought it's something that would be of interest to you? So don't even go and talk about, that specific community. Just talk to that person, because again, within that community, two different people could have completely different reasons for not coming. So again, just talking, asking questions, thinking about, again, so Adam and Donald spoke about the environment you're creating, right? So where is it that you're meeting? How are you meeting? Is it really formal and structured? Because that can be very intimidating depending on their lived experience, what they're bringing with them. So just asking, learning, having conversations, it can be formal or it can be informal, but yeah, just ask them first. Don't make any of those assumptions that because I think that that's where, even though you're trying to make an effort, that's where they can become a little bit more alienated from what you're trying to accomplish and achieve.
Yeah, you don't want tokenism. You don't want to assume, and don't treat a group of people as a monolith. Not all women are the same or have the same needs. Not all, I assume BIPOC folks are going to be the same. So let's treat people as whole human beings, have conversations, grow and learn together. I'd say there are tons of resources online, books, articles, things that have been written by people from equity-seeking communities or groups who have chosen to share their experiences and their suggestions. So it's out there. And I'm sure that Kathleen, Tiffany, I would be able to help you, point you in the right direction to use our privilege for good. So thank you for your work on this. And once again, Mark, Adam, Donald, thank you for trusting us to share your stories with, and for engaging in this work with us. It really does mean a lot, and it helps us to do better. So Kathleen, great job. You've been our in-house video wizard for some time. So thank you for that. And on that note, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. We're going to flip the schedule around a little bit. We're going to go right into our closing plenary in 5 minutes, and then leave lots of networking time for the end. because one of the cool things about the house-based platform is you don't necessarily need us to network with your peers. So we're going to leave it a little less formal, to Kathleen's point, a little more welcoming, a little more fun for everyone. But we'll be back in 5 minutes and you get to hear a bit more from me. So
Thank you so much, everybody. And thank you so much, Sam.
well, thank you. And we'll chat again soon.
Bye.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a chance to stretch your legs, grab a glass of water or whatnot. I'm honored to give the closing keynote for day one of our conference. Following this, you'll be able to head over to the networking tab, join a networking group, hang out with your peers, whatever meets your needs. But for now, I'm going to give a presentation or a session that I've given actually just once before to what I hope is very enthusiastic and genuine feedback. But it's about putting values into action to help you shape long-term care. And this is something that I think we've been really talking about as we've gone through the conference so far, but really it's how do we use our motivations for engaging in this work, use foundational values such as equity, inclusion, caregiver engagement to make change. So that's what this piece is going to be all about. So I'm going to start off, a lot of you may already know this, but it provides the foundation for what we're going to talk about. Family councils began informally in the mid to late 1990s. And then in 1998, Family Councils program, which is now Family Councils Ontario, began funded by Trillium. And at the time, FCP trained caregivers to form the first formal family councils and used peer support principles to help them engage in peer support, education, some advocacy, and problem solving. In 2010, the Long-Term Care Homes Act came into effect. So it was the first legislation in Ontario to include family councils in their powers. The new legislation, which would repeal and replace this act, will still have family council stuff in it. But this is sort of where we're coming from. As you probably all know, the most recent big change to using your voice to inform and influence policy in long-term care is the COVID-19 pandemic. And what that meant is long-term care homes closed to visitors, which eliminated or reduced caregiver visits. The impact was then there was less care provided to residents. Family caregivers then didn't really, for the most part, have an ability to assess care. Council meetings went virtual because you weren't in the homes. You didn't really have firsthand knowledge, meaning that it was harder to inform policy. It was harder to use your perspectives, your lived experience to make those changes in the long-term care home. And so decisions would have been made without your input. So sometimes the result was poor communication. Sometimes those decisions weren't resident or family centered. And there's often repeated revisions of those policies. So while in Ontario, we've got legislation, we've got policies and practices dating back 20, 30 years around the value of family engagement and family councils, the crisis that we're still in has had quite an impact on family engagement. But what it's also done, even though it's been a perfect storm of crisis, of living through a shared pandemic, even though it's been this real perfect storm that has created policies and processes we don't all love or that we haven't been able to engage in, there are some things that we've been able to learn. And what I want to focus on is what we've learned that really is you got to take a step back and figure out what your value set is in order to guide action. And this is really important because in the experience that the team has had during the pandemic, the homes, the organizations, the groups that have maintained good relationships with their families, with the caregivers, with their councils, are ones that have been able to say, we did this because it was important to us because of this. So those that could say, you know, we implemented this communication strategy or whatever it happens to be, or that they implemented the caregiver ID program spearheaded by Ontario Caregiver Organization, the ones that said, we did it because of this, it's been more successful. So I really want to reinforce that it's foundational, but it's not theoretical. I can clearly trace in the best examples of family engagement throughout the pandemic, what value informed that action. And home leaders that were able to tell me we did it because of this, I can tell that they're living that. So that's the purpose of today's session. But first, I want to know what your values are. What are your values that are guiding your family council work? So like what we did before, we're going to go to menti.com and you're going to enter in this code 1606 6258. So let's go to menti, menti.com. And Dinesh is going to help to walk us through that.
Sorry to hijack your presentation, Sam.
Yeah.
If everyone can go to the day 2 and look under the video, the link will be there just so you can click it and be at ease.
Excellent. Making things easy for us. Dinesh is the behind the scenes wizard for us today, our expert. So go in there. So menti.com, using that link, your code is 1606 6258. And through that, hope you can see that okay. I just want to know what comes to mind when I ask, what are the foundational values of your work? I can tell you that so far we've heard a lot about, integrity and communication, collaboration. I'd say that's a pretty core value for family council peer support groups. Equity, advocacy, centering the caregiving experience, centering resident rights as something, we heard about that from Laura, that residents do have many rights in long-term care and that councils play a role in ensuring their rights are respected. Building relationship. Again, that along with, I think, collaboration really is a foundation. Empathy, more on advocacy. So I think that we can use any of these to trace what it is that we're doing and how we're going to live by this. So equity versus equality. Yes. So looking at what would it mean for a council to really center equity in its work, to ensure that people have the resources, the skills, the support that they need to be effective in their role and to be supported. So dignity, that's another big one. I think that goes really hand in hand with empathy and integrity. So I'll give you a few more seconds to share with me what those values are. Let's see, more about collaboration. So the ones that are jumping out: collaboration, advocacy, lots about diversity and equity versus equality, being inclusive, working with integrity, collaboration, and understanding. Lovely. So I'm glad that these are the things that come to mind, because then you're already, I think, well prepared to figure out what that action looks like. And that if you have something that comes to mind that you want to do, when you're able to take a step back and think, what value is this living? And these start coming to mind, you're going to be on the right path. So thank you for that. So the next bit of what we're going to talk about is really, how do we take these values? How do we evolve them into action? How do we create this benefit to the world around us, to our communities, that is really coming from this place of value, of something that we hold dear, but also that we can see is really a shared understanding amongst council members. And I can see that given the responses to the question, is there's a lot of similarities and themes there that you can pull out and say, yes, this is what we do as a group, and this is what is important to us. So I'm going to give you a few examples of what we did as FCO and how that will play out. And then we can think about these examples as we move forward through a couple of frameworks that you can use. So we talk a lot about equity. We talk about and live according to this value, looking at language equity. So years ago, when we brought on Natasha, when we expanded our team, it was important to us to have a bilingual staff person, someone who could speak English and French, because Francophone communities deserve support as well. So throughout the pandemic, we had separate French forums. So the Family Council forums, both in English and French. Natasha's helped to create a French network to have more peer support for French-speaking folks. I know I've gone to the DIERAC and to Tiffany and to Kathleen in their roles for advice to say, I don't necessarily know the answer to this. So I need to be able to, in order to advance equity, to be able to do my work, I have to ask people for help. And I did, because that was, it's foundational to the work that we do, working with families, especially because the definition of family that we use is, if someone tells me that this person's their family, then that's true. It's not up to me to define family for someone. I want to use the broadest, most equitable definition possible, which is really in that I don't define it. We also looked at getting multiple perspectives around the virtual table to help develop materials. So our Resource Development Advisory Committee that Laura Petta from Alzheimer Society is involved in, because we can't just rely on our own perspectives and knowledge to create something good for people. We also really value agility. And a lot of councils, I can see this as well, quickly switching focus to COVID response, to looking at, okay, here's our strategic objectives. And, does this still fit within that? Yes or not? No mission drift, no getting completely off base, but how do we still support caregivers and councils, but through a COVID lens? For example, we started pulling together a list of homes affected by COVID before the government did. Pretty proud of that. And that was, we were reading the newspaper, we were on Twitter, we were getting emails and calls from families saying my home has an outbreak. And so we put that together to keep people informed, to level the playing field so everyone could look to one source for information. Of course, caregiver engagement. So consultations to inform the visiting policy, the various iterations of the visiting policy, and using multiple engagement methods. So we try to strike a balance between more quantitative, so surveys or more formal approaches, and just call us or email us. And I know that a lot of councils do this as well, that you look at what are the different ways to reach people. And the councils and the homes that have been really clear about, here's what we're going to accomplish and here's why it matters. Here's the value we're putting into action. Looked at the wide way to communicate. What are your engagement methods? Phone, email, putting stuff on your website, whatever it was, to really have a broad communication strategy. We also looked at, and I know that councils look at partnership. So in all aspects of our work, we train and support both family caregivers and home staff. And we engage with and rely on our community partners because we're one piece of the puzzle. And as family council, you're also one piece of the puzzle of a well-functioning and vibrant long-term care system. So councils that have said, it's been hard, but we've been able to still be supportive of folks and really make a difference, are ones that, reached out to Residents Council to say, what's going on? How can we help? What can we share back and forth? Who have worked collaboratively with the home to figure out what the gaps are and how to fill them, especially at the beginning of COVID when there was so much we just didn't know and we didn't have a handle on. That was so important, just to be with your community partners and to work with everyone within the home to share information, to be connected. Because it also was something really important to us is support. So last night, the social event to start our conference, it was a really special opportunity for people just to be together, to engage in something that's a shared experience. So councils and homes that have still had regular opportunities, so town halls, forums, what have you, it's because they value the support for folks and the importance of connection. And for communication, regular communication, but also don't be afraid to not know something. The home leaders I've talked to and worked with throughout the pandemic, the ones whose families will unsolicited say to me, this person's wonderful and they have made such a difference. They're leaders who communicate regularly, even when there's not necessarily something new to share. So they value those touch points. And we're also the folks who are able to say, I don't have the answer to your question right now, but let me get back to you. And council members who are living this value are the ones who have said to us, okay, we forward your FCO bulletin to everyone we know because it's an important source of communication. But so that was one easy or simple way for folks to live the value of communication in their work. So these are a few examples. Yours might look a little bit different depending on the needs and interests of your group, but I'd say that these big six, chances are you'll be able to find at least some of them in your work. So now we've got this understanding of what the big values are. You've shared with me the ones that you are that you hold near and dear. So how do we use those to get to like an ideal future state? How do we strengthen the voice in order to live those values and have an impact? It is going to be about building knowledge and skill and just figuring out what those steps are to be genuine and authentic in living your values and being strategic in the work that you do, because you can do both. So a framework I like to use, and it's applicable in so many settings, is called the knowledge to action pathway. You can look it up. It's called Bloom's taxonomy. And in order to be able to have an impact, so to get to the bottom right corner, you've got to start with knowledge. That's what's the relevant information and what are your key points. So that can be things such as your value is equity. So, and we want to get to a point, we want to create a more inclusive family council that includes the voices of people from different communities that are represented within our long-term care home. So you want to start with knowledge. So who's in your long-term care home? What's your community comprised of? What are some historical or systemic barriers to engagement for folks? Really get your information. Comprehension, now you've got your info. What information is most important and why does it matter? This is where you really start to think about the different connections between some of your information, but can really clarify and describe the so what. So why does this matter? If you say you're working with a Say you want to bring on more Francophone family council members. Say you're in an English and French community. So let's say 15% of your families speak are most comfortable in French. So you got some information, you've got, maybe there's a survey that's been done. Comprehension is, okay, so the real issue is language equity. Why it matters is because you've got folks who may not have the same information or support that you have. And your values equity, so there's a mismatch here. Then you're going to move on to application. So what do I do with this? So if we know that there's a 15% of the families of your home who speak French, are most comfortable in French, what are they missing out on? So where is this information relevant? If it's for your family council, then you can narrow it down a little bit there. You can apply it to looking at how your council works and what you have available to you. Do you have is there a bilingual person who's connected to your council who can provide you with some support around reaching out to Francophone folks? Analysis, then you've got this information. When you're presented with a novel situation or something else, you're like, oh, that's how this works. For example, say there's that council doesn't reach Francophone folks in your community. Maybe you also hear that your long-term care homes having trouble getting French-speaking caregivers out to social events. You can say, oh, I know how this applies to my council. I can also use this to help the Long-Term Care Home Act because I'm drawing connections between these data points. 15% most comfortable in French, feel like they don't have enough support and services available to them in French. Council's having this issue. Now the home's having this issue. Here's how these different things are connected. Then you're going to evaluate, which is when you then help others. So you've got your info, you comprehend it, you know how to apply it, you've analyzed it. You can work with the long-term care home and say, here's what we've learned. But you can also back up your position with your knowledge and the why it matters. And once again, this is a really brief, quick run through of this. But if you get all of that pretty right, at the end, you'll be able to create or produce something. And in this case, it could be a strategy for engaging more Francophone family caregivers. And that could look like, step one, we're going to get our materials translated into French. We're going to determine if we do a separate French facilitated family council, or do we have interpretation available? Do we encourage the home to do separate French events, or do we do translation? In order to answer that question, what more information do we need? Maybe we do a survey of caregivers about what they prefer to just, to Kathleen's point around, how do we, reach out to folks in a way that's supportive and caring? Ask people, do a survey. And then, so you're producing something that you can then build into your knowledge base and create, for example, a French family council. Maybe that's the solution that's going to best meet the needs of the people that you're working with. But at every step along the way, you can look at what values are informing that next step. So you're starting with equity. You want to ensure that both English and French speaking caregivers have access to the same information and support and services. You may also realize that along the way, we need to look at partnerships for this. And you do it in a way that really lives your value of collaboration and communication. And then when you produce something, you can track it all the way back and say, yep, here we made sure to pay attention to equity, collaboration, communication, and at the end, we've got something really great that meets the needs of folks. So that's one, and this is very high level, very quick, but you can learn a lot more about this with resources online. At any time where you're trying to create action, you're trying to get from the now to an ideal state or an improved state, there's a few things you want to consider in using your voice to create change. One, and this speaks to the first couple of stages of Bloom's taxonomy, knowledge is power. And especially during the pandemic, what's come up time and time again is a couple of key things. Assess media credibility and research the facts. Especially right now with social media, anyone can pretend or purport to be an expert. And while it's true that everyone's an expert in their own lived experience, you would want to make sure that if they're saying something, for example, based around vaccines, it's kind of the hot button topic, vaccines or masks, that you're digging a little bit deeper. Who's publishing this? Is this just something on Twitter? Is it put out, for example, by the National Institute on Aging? So if it's just on Twitter, you might want to question it. National Institute on Aging, more reputable, evidence-backed, associated with a university, add some weight. You also want to really research the facts. So if you hear something around, let's say COVID, or say around long-term care as a whole, make sure that's backed up. So where is this information coming from? And then I'd say next is connection is key. So you've got your knowledge, you've got your information. Now, who can you work with to create the reality that you want? So you need to build relationships. And so that's internally and externally. So having a solid family council where you've got shared values. So you've had that conversation. You've worked through what it means to you. You've determined where you are, let's say in the Bloom's taxonomy level of action, idea to action. You've got, you figured out some of the important equity pieces. You build relationships so that you're headed in the right direction together. So get your info, build your team, and then be strategic, because there are a lot of opportunities and things for you to engage in. But it would be exhausting to try to be everywhere at all times. So think about what are the opportunities to provide feedback that are going to get you the return on investment that you want, and, because we're talking about values, are aligned with those values. If something's giving you a feeling in the pit of your gut that's like, I don't know if this is right for me or for us, think about the connection between your values and that piece of work. And think about, okay, where am I in the ability to engage meaningfully? Do I need more knowledge? Do I need to figure out connections between all the different data points? So use those frameworks as a way to double check with yourself. And then being prepared and strategic, develop your talking points. Work with, whatever your group is, your council, your home as a whole, your peers, and come to consensus on what your main points are. And then backtrack a bit. What are the facts that back that up? Because you want to walk into any policy engagement opportunity, any decision-making space, prepared to speak to the why this is important, the why and the values, but also the data. And that could be quantitative or qualitative. Dr. Flanagan spoke about sharing stories and how that's an important way to create change because it pulls at the heartstrings. So maybe your talking points are stories that you've been given permission to share. And you've been given permission to share them again because you built the relationships, you have the information you need, and people have trusted you to share those stories with you. Because once again, your value is collaboration, equity, communication, caregiver engagement. living those values is what led you to be in this opportunity with those talking points that are going to make a difference. So when you do it right, when you do it well, you can backtrack and be like, every step of the way, we've lived these values, we've done our homework, and now we're in this space, and we're going to be able to make a difference and contribute to whatever it is the change we want to see in the world. And then, so this is what we've already talked about a little bit. You define your what and your why. So your objectives, what are the consequences of acting or not? What's the change you want to see? Presenting your data, anecdotal, empirical, research, reports, stories, whatever you can prepare in a way that gets your point across. And this is an important part, is you need to understand what your audience values, what matters to them, what's in it for them, and who will this impact? Because you're going to want to have a slightly different approach. Say if you're talking to your home administrator versus, say, your local public health, because there's going to be a different things that they value. Local public health is going to be risk mitigation or risk minimization. It'll be, show me the data on how this is going to play out in this setting. What's the infection issues? What more scientific, medical based things. Your administrator may be more thoughtful or considering, what does the Long-Term Care Homes Act say about this? What does my residence council think? What does my family council think? So you'll want to look at who's your audience and what will resonate with them and who will this impact? Because that's how you'll take the information you've put together, the values that you've lived by, and give all of this to someone in a way they'll be like, yes, I get it. I understand why it makes sense, who this is going to impact, how, and why it matters. That's how you're more likely to make change. You're going to think about the where and the how, the mechanisms, the location, your local home, ministry, government, perhaps it's a regional initiative. There are mechanisms such as concern forms at your local long-term care home. So that's where you may be focused more on Long-Term Care Homes Act, needs of families and residents in that specific site, quality improvement initiatives. Those are things that might be a little bit more broad in nature. You'll be able to pull data from other sources to inform your point. Commissions or inquiries are much higher level and speak to systemic issues. So you'll want to tailor your pitch to the where, the how, the who, to really get across your why. So I know this has been a lot coming at you pretty quickly, but I want you to take a minute. And so once again, we're going to go to menti.com, same link as before. What's the change you want to see in long-term care? Let's say we live our values. We come up with a strategy to build our knowledge. We figure out who, where, when, how, and why we're going to pitch something. What is that something? So tell me, what is the change you want to see in long-term care? And in our wrap-up, we're going to do a little bit of response about how you might make that happen. Okay. All right. So, what are the changes you want to see in long-term care? I'll give you some more time. I'm also getting some other messages about this. So perhaps as you take a moment to chime in there, I'll answer a couple of questions. First is, how can councils use the Bill of Rights to be strategic in their work? It's a great question. So if you have, whether it's a concern or a complaint, and you want to bring it to your administrator's attention. You can look at where does the Bill of Rights apply here? What is the impact on the residents? You can say, here's a problem that's arising, an opportunity for improvement. This doesn't match what's in the Bill of Rights here for residents. I'd say also check in with Residents Council to get their perspective. So community engagement, collaboration, communication, and point out the disconnect. Say this home says it values this. Here's what's happening. How do we bridge this gap? I think that also speaks to what I'm seeing about the change you want in long-term care, person-centered care, where residents feel dignity and are living with dignity. So reaching out to them to ask their perspective, not assuming that you know what Residents Council thinks or assumes. I'm also seeing what's coming in: community, dignity for loved ones. So, communication. That's the change you want to see. So how do we put that into place? How do we also do things such as a more home-like environment for residents, connections to community, so daycare, school, recreation, more quality measures, alternative models. So that to me says you value community and connection, and that residents are treated like the whole human beings that they are. So your value, equity, shared humanity, collaboration, and connection, just to sum it up a little bit. So if that's what you want to achieve, you could look at what happens within other jurisdictions. So a bit of an environmental scan. I will say Kathleen Edwards, our FCO education manager, is a wealth of knowledge and resources and suggestions on models of care. So that would be how you can build some of your knowledge, is using us, and then make recommendations to your home. If it's something that's going to require funding investment, like models of care, look at what that costs. Help the home say yes and answer their questions that they may have. I'm also seeing more consultation with friends and families, caregiver recognition. So your value is caregiver engagement. So if you want more of that, think about what exactly that would look like. Come up with a process. So is it virtual, some sort of forums that are really collaborative and open? Are you looking for engagements such as more ongoing surveys, or really what does consultation look like? What would the process be? What are the impacts and the outcomes there? And basically make it easy for someone to say yes. Let's see, what else? Flexibility in schedules for meals. Look what's in the legislation. What's in the Bill of Rights for residents? Speak to residents. What are they looking for? I will say that would be a big one for me in long-term care, because I'm not a morning person and I don't eat breakfast most times. So if you're looking at person-centered whole human being approach, that's going to be a big one, at least for me. So I think these are all great changes that we can accomplish. And I can pull out from these what the value is behind it. I hope by now you can too. But this is a really worthwhile exercise to do with your council, to look at what's the future state we want, work backwards a bit about how to accomplish it, and double check against your values. If you haven't done an exercise with your council, just, what are our values? I'd encourage you to do it. It really helps to create more community and engagement and gets you all on the same page. I'm going to answer 2 last questions before we wrap up for day 2 of the conference. And the questions are: how can family councils connect with the residents' councils in their homes to use their relationships and leverage their collective voices to make changes to improve the quality of life within their home? I think that it starts with a point that Kathleen made, is ask just try to set up a conversation with your residence council leaders, and just set it up as, let's chat. We want to know more about how to support each other. And you can say it's because we value open communication and to make sure that we're not stepping on each other's toes, that we respect each other's distinct voices, but that we want to collaborate and talk, have a virtual or in-person cup of coffee together, have some food, engage as, whole human beings, just as people, and be like, so what is it like for you? How can we work together? And go from there. The last one is, what would you say to family caregivers who have lost hope in advocating for an improved long-term care sector? That's a hard one, because a lot of you have been doing this work for a long time. And I know there have definitely been wins, but there's still a lot that we're waiting for it to change. I would say one is acknowledge that it's tough, and treat yourself with grace and kindness in how hard it's been. And also 20 months of a pandemic. I'd say next is think back to your values. Remind yourself of what it is that's most important to you and how to go about making it happen. Live your values, because that's also an important process piece. It reminds us of not just the what and the why, but the how. And connect with your peers. And then also focus not just on what's not right, but is what also is right. So elevate the voices and the stories of good things that are happening, of small moments of joy, small wins, of things that have changed, to remind yourself that change is possible. It's not always going to be easy. It's probably going to be tough, but it is possible. And the world is changing. And hopefully when we get through the pandemic, we'll have the values that we've worked with will be maintained. And so I'd say maintain hope, but treat yourself with kindness, live your values, and be mindful of the good stuff. And don't just focus on what we need to change, because that'll remind you that change is possible. So I know it's been a whirlwind of information, but I want to thank you very much. Feel free to reach out to me or any of my team. Contact information is there. But it's now 5:30 on day 2 of our conference. And so we're back tomorrow, once again, 1 p.m. So you have some morning to do what you got to do, and join us at 1 on House Space again for our day 3 activities. Feel free to spend some time still hanging out in the networking area. It's not something you require us for, so you can talk amongst yourselves. But and feel free to sign in a little early tomorrow too, if you want to throw in a chat message or see who's hanging out. You're more than welcome to do that. But on behalf of the FCO team, big thank you to all of our presenters today. So Dr. Flanagan, Laura Petta, the DIERAC with Kathleen Edwards, and myself and the rest of my team. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow, November 18th at 1 p.m.